Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 2.75. The Dow futures down 65. Nasdaq up 34.25. Crude is up 4 cents at $78.08. Natural gas down 7 cents at $2.81. Gold is down 14.10 at 23.35.10. Bitcoin futures up 440 at 66,080. BioNTech announced FDA placed partial clinical hold on trial sponsored by MetaLink that evaluates early stage ADC product candidate BNT 326YL202.
NTLA. Intella Therapeutics to present first ever clinical data from patients redosed with investigational vivo CRISPR gene editing therapy. That's Nancy Tango Lima Alpha, NTLA. CYTK Cytokinetics announces initiation of phase 1 study of Efficta-10 in healthy Japanese participants. That's Charlie Yankee Tango Kilo, CYTK. BWAY. Brainsway expands global imprint with an exclusive multi-year distribution agreement in Canada. No terms disclosed. Bravo Whiskey Alpha Yankee, BWAY. QGEN, Kiogen, out with some guidance. Says targeting about 7% in annual Forex adjusted sales growth from 2024 to 2028. Kiogen plans to return at least $1 billion to shareholders if there are no value creating M&A opportunities. It's Quebec Golf Echo November QGEN. QGEN. Kiagen CEO tells Reuters that other smaller low margin products are under review with an update likely this year. That's Quebec Golf Echo November, QGEN. IPW, iPower announcing a $5 million registered direct offering, India Papa Whiskey. STLD, Steel Dynamics, providing Q2 guidance, sees EPS of $2.64 to $2.68. That's Sandy Tango Lima Delta, STLD. VERO. Reuters reporting that Venus Concept announces an exclusive strategic supply agreement with Skin Laundry. Victor Echo Romeo Oscar VERO. TNXP Tonics Pharmaceuticals presents poster of Tonmya for the management of fibromyalgia. That's Tango November X-Ray Papa TNXP. DY Dicom announcing leadership transition. CEO Steven Nielsen to retire November 2024. COO to become the next CEO. That's Delta Yankee DY. Crude futures dipping a little bit here on some volume. ENLV in LiveX announces interim data readout from phase 1/2 trial evaluating iloserta in end-stage knee osteoarthritis. ELUT, Eludia announcing a registered direct offering of 3.175 million shares at 340 a share. Echo Lima Uniform Tango, ELUT, also receiving FDA clearance of ELU Pro. That's Echo Lima Uniform Tango, ELUT. J&J Johnson & Johnson submits an FDA application for fixed combination of Afinibab and recombinant human hyaluronidase for subconscious administration for all currently approved or submitted indications of IV Ryvervant in certain type of NSCLC. That's J&J, Juliet, November, Juliet. IKT, Incubase Therapeutics completes enrollment for phase 2 201 trial in their Parkinson's disease drugs trial. That's India Kilo Tango, IKT. Philippines task force on South China Sea says that Chinese vessels engaged in dangerous maneuvers, ramming, and towing. Philippines resupply mission disrupted by, quote, illegal aggressive actions, end quote, of Chinese maritime forces, according to Philippine task force. MIRM's Volexbat achieves interim analysis in Vantage PBC and Vistas PSC studies. It's Mike India Romeo Mike MIRM.
SCNI, Sinai Immunotherapeutics, another pop here, $6.59 now. That's SCNI. Letter X, US Steel sees Q2 adjusted earnings of 76 cents to 80 cents. That versus the 83-cent estimate for letter X. AGRI, Agroforce Growing System Board authorized up to $1 million share repurchase. That's Alpha Golf Romeo India, AGRI. SMFL, Smart for Life, shares spiking to the highs now. It's $4.09. Sandy Michael Foxtrot Lima. $4.25 now on Smart for Life, up about $1 at the high. AGRI, penny stock, AgriForce on that buyback announcement. Shares getting a pop here. Alpha Golf Romeo India. Coming up, the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index for June, minus 12.5, the consensus. AVTE, Aerovate Therapeutic shares were halted for news. Alpha Victor Tango Echo. -6 on the Empire Manufacturing Index, New York Empire Manufacturing Index. That's versus a consensus of minus 12.50. ATOS, Atosa, set to join the Russell 3000. MBIO, Mustang Bio, announcing safety data from complete Waldenstrom macroglobulinemia, cohort of phase 1/2 clinical trial of MB106 CD20 targeted autologous CAR T therapy. That's Michael Bravo, India Oscar, MBIO. Tegna naming Michael Steve to succeed David Lauji as president, CEO, and director of Tango Golf November Alpha. NBIO, Mustang Bio, penny stock on that press release. Share is hitting 18 cents at the high, up 5 cents. NBIO. NBIO continuing to spike here now, 24 cents. BYON Beyond said eliminating co-CEO roles. Chandra holds the part of the company. Dave Nielsen appointed president. That's Bravo Yankee Oscar November. NVDA, NVIDIA getting a pop here to new all-time high, 133.70. November Victor Delta Alpha. EVAX of Vaxian getting a pop here on their press release. On their cancer vaccine news, that's EVAX, $4.24 now, up $1.14. Continued to pop here, EVAX. Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 6.50. The Dow futures down 95. NASDAQ is up 8. Crude is up 28 cents at $78.33. Natural gas down 9 cents at $2.79. Gold down 14.90 at 23.3420. Bitcoin futures up 70 at 65,710. Shares of Mustang Bioheating 34 cents.
Charles.
That's up 21 cents now for MBIO on that press release. Michael Bravo India Oscar. GWRE, Columbia Insurance, selects Guidewire to modernize business operations. Golf Whiskey Romeo Echo. MBIO now 35 cents, continuing to spike here. Michael Bravo India Oscar. TR.
Does anybody hear me through this?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
Not a whole lot. Just getting dialed in here for the morning.
I wasn't sure if I can hear it coming through Josh's side.
Yeah, I can't hear anything from Josh. I hear you is all.
Yeah, I don't hear Josh, but I hear him through the TikTok app.
Oh, I can hear a deep echo. I think it's coming through your. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I know what is coming through on my end. Hold on.
It's through TikTok. It's just not even like, yeah, this is not working. So, I mean, I can't even pump audio through chat today. What the fuck, dude? This is so confusing. Call the IT guy.
Oh, there we go.
There you are.
There he is. Oh my gosh, man.
There
Hey,
he
it's
is.
all wired backwards, but you know, hey, it works. Does it at least sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine, I think.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Money Freaking Monday. Super stoked to be here. Cannot wait to get to work with you. Cannot wait to see what the market has in store. We are 8 minutes behind, so we're not wasting any time. We're going to dive right into it. And we are going to talk about what we got going on for today. You guys are saying it is a little low. Let me juice this bad boy up for you real quick inside of chat. And we're just going to hit it hard. We're going to just jam and talk about what we got going on. But bring that gain up a little bit. All right, let's do a quick little mic check. Steve M inside of chat. How's that sounding, brother? Should be sounding a little bit better here.
Sounds a lot better here.
Does it? Cool. Nice. All right. Let's dive into it, guys. Again, happy Money Monday and a happy belated Father's Day to all the daddies out there. Hopefully you had an awesome Father's Day. And yeah, let's dive into it, everybody. So economic calendar to start. What do we got going on? We are pretty much in the clear for today, guys, right? The only thing you guys got to be mindful of is you got Fed Harker speaking here at 1 o'clock, but that is it for today. Moving through the rest of the week, not regarding the economic calendar, but just regarding the week, do not forget that Wednesday, the market is closed, and we will not be here on Wednesday because the market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy your Wednesday off from the market. We'll pick everything back up Thursday, but we got 2 days to go, Wednesday off, and then we'll have 2 days to finish up the week. And with that being said, that leads me to believe that there may just be limited opportunity in the market, knowing that Wednesday is a holiday. Wednesday, the market's going to be closed. It's just going to be a really weird week. And then you got quad witching at the end of the week as well. I just think it's going to be a slower week. So be mindful of that. Do your risk assessments, and just make sure that you're getting positioned correctly. And always make sure you're taking only the best of the best opportunities that come your way. All right. So let's dive into it. Let's talk about the SPY and let's talk about what we got going on for today. So main level of resistance here for today is going to be up here between 543.15 to 543.32. And that's going to be here on the SPY. Lower level of support, there's a couple things that I want to point out just to show you what I've done here, is you do have the bottom part of this gap, right? We are inside, there is a daily gap here. So the top end of this daily gap is at 539.63, and the bottom end of this daily gap is going to be down here at 537, whatever that high day here was. And that high day was 537.01. So you do have this gap, but you also see here last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, you created some nice support above that daily gap level. Okay, and so that level of support is between 539.87 to 540.32. And so I just want to point that out as, yeah, you do have the top end of the gap right here at that 539.59. I just readjusted it. It's 539.59, but we did create some pretty nice support right above that gap level. Okay, so just be mindful of that level of support as well. That's between 539.87 to 540.32. And those really are all the only two areas to really keep on watch today, right? That top zone of resistance between 543.15 to 543.32. This lower zone of support between 539.87 to 540.32. And then the top end of this daily gap, which is right at 539.59. Those are the three main areas to really keep on watch for today. And you guys already know what the game plans are going to be. They're pretty similar game plans every single day when we just have zones to trade off of. It's not like we're pulling back to a 50% fib with a daily uptrend, right? It's literally just these two key zones and the top end of that daily gap. And you already know what the plans are going to be. We come up to that key zone of resistance. We can't break above it. We look for a short. We come up to that key zone of resistance and we break above it. We pull back into it and hold it as support. Then that's an opportunity to trade that break and retest to get long off of, expecting new all-time highs. So pretty simple stuff. Same thing applies to the downside. If we come into that lower zone of support and the top end of that gap, and we hold it as great intraday support today, we simply look to trade the SPY long off all of this lower support. Okay, but if we ever come down and crack that zone of support and we also fall inside of this daily gap, as long as we stay inside of this daily gap, we can look to get short for a daily gap fill short opportunity. Where to? The lower end of the daily gap, which is at 537.01. Okay, so again, pretty simple stuff today. Just the market's going to test your patience. Be super disciplined. Wait for the market to come to you. Wait for there to be a high probability setup presenting itself. Build your plans and simply attack it. But be smart, be patient, and only take the best of the best trades. Those are the three main areas that you guys should be watching today here on the SPY. We got a little bit more on the Qs. And so the first thing that I do want you to do on the Qs here is go back into that pullback low from Wednesday and then run a trend line into the low of day here on Thursday. Those are your two key points to start your trend line off of. You see here on Friday that we did pull back into that trend line. We held it as support, and then we proceeded to rip into new all-time highs. They're on QQQ. So that's the first thing that I want you guys to be mindful of, is that we do have this multi-day uptrend that is in line with an intraday area of support. So this zone right here that I'm about to give you, it's not a daily zone of support resistance. It's an intraday zone that was created here Thursday and Friday. That's between 478.05 to 478.26. And you can see that we came up into this zone on Thursday as resistance. We fell hard, came back into it 3 times on Friday as resistance. We got rejected. Then we broke above it, held it as support, and then ripped into a new all-time high. So that's going to be a pretty key level of support for today, and that's in line with this multi-day uptrend. And again, that's going to be right around 478.05 to 478.26. That's going to be a pretty key make or break for me today. So I'm going to make this my line in the sand because it's also sitting right at that multi-day uptrend support. So if we see the Qs come down into that line in the sand zone, and we also hit this trend line and respect it as support today, I would be looking to get long here on the Qs. Where to? We would have a zone of resistance between 479.19 to 479.27. That would be your first main level of resistance here on the Qs. Then we would just be targeting these pre-market highs. So next target would be back up around 480.08, and then second target would be that pre-market high right around 480.74. So that's going to be game plan number one. If the Qs open and we drop down into that line in the sand zone, and we also stay above that multi-day trend line, I'm looking to get long back up into this zone of resistance between 479.19 to 479.27. That's PT number one, and PT stands for profit target. So that's going to be PT number one. PT number two would be back up here around 480.07, right up against all of this pre-market resistance. And then your final PT would be that pre-market high right around 480.74 to 480.75, just right up against that pre-market high. Okay, That's going to be game plan number 1 for today. Game plan number 2 is if we see the Qs come down into that trend line, into that line in the sand, and we crack below all of that support, that's going to be an area where I want to get short, and I would look to play some put contracts expecting another leg down. Where to? Our next daily lower zone of support, which is down between 476.52 to 476.71. That would be PT number 1. PT number 2 is going to be this daily zone of support, which is down between 474.17 to 474.43. That's going to be our game plans here today on the Qs. Now, looking at the SPY, looking at the Qs, which one stands out? Which one looks better? Absolutely the Qs, most definitely. We got a key line in the sand between 478.05 to 478.26. That's right in line with this valid multi-day uptrend. That's going to be a key level of support that if we hold, I expect to see some nice upside. If we crack below it, I expect to see some nice downside. This is a key make or break level. So that really stands out to me on the Qs. And when I look at the SPY, I don't really have any key make or break levels that we're getting close to. The only key make or break level that we have on the SPY is the top end of this gap all the way down at 539.59. Could we see that opportunity take place today on the SPY? Absolutely. But which one looks more realistic? The Qs, because we are much closer to that key line in the sand level here on the Qs. So with that being said, I want to put more of my focus here on the Qs today versus the SPY for today. All right, so 80 to 90% of my focus at market open going right here on QQQ. Okay, so you're all set, ready to rock and roll on the Qs. You're also all set, ready to rock and roll here on the SPY as well. All right. Other than that, I will be watching Coin today. Again, Coin looks pretty decent. The technicals look great. And Coin's been setting up really nice the past couple of weeks. And we got a couple of members that have been crushing it on Coin consistently. The only thing that I want to stress is, yeah, Coin looks good to the long side. I want to keep it on watch. But Bitcoin doesn't look good to the long side. And if we start to see Bitcoin really drop on off, for example, that's going to possibly crush the opportunity with Coin to the long side, right? If Bitcoin just kind of consolidates and doesn't do a whole lot and it's not really moving, there's still potential to see Coin move. But be mindful that if you see a drop, for example, on Bitcoin, you're probably going to see some of that sympathy and you're going to see some downside on Coin, regardless of the long opportunity that you see. And the same thing applies to the upside. If for any reason we see Bitcoin really start to rocket to the upside, that could really help the long opportunity on Coin. So if you're trading Coin, just be mindful of what Bitcoin's doing and how Bitcoin's moving, because that can correlate over to Coin, and you could start to see some sympathy movement with those crypto-related stocks. Coin, HUT, Mara, Hive, right? All of those crypto-related stocks could see some sympathy movement to Bitcoin if Bitcoin really starts to open on up and if it really starts to move, okay? But let's go ahead and discuss Coin, talk about what we got going on. The main level that I want to see Coin hold above today is going to be this daily zone between 239.55 and 240.70, right? It's also right in line with this daily uptrend. So we have daily uptrend support. We have daily zone of support. Those 2 points intersect at the same price. So as long as Coin can hold above that daily uptrend, as well as this daily zone of support between 239.55 to 240.70, I would want to look to get long on Coin, expecting we see some upside today throughout the rest of this week. Where would be my first target? Well, I'm just going to look left on a 5-minute time frame to gauge, right, some intraday targets. So back up against all of that low-a-day support from Thursday. That's right around 243.59. And then back up into all of that resistance that was created Thursday, and it was high-day resistance on Friday. That puts you back up around 249.68. Okay, so those are going to be like your 2 main levels of resistance to the upside. First target, all of that support from Thursday. That's right around 243.59. That's PT number 1. PT number 2 is going to be back up around all of this resistance from Thursday, as well as high day resistance from Friday. That's right at 249.68, right? So decent upside. When Coin moves, it moves. And those are going to be 2 intraday targets for this potential day trade. Now, if this day trade is starting to set up for a possible swing trade, right, we're seeing a relatively strong close that indicates we could see more upside, say, tomorrow through the rest of this week. Our main daily target would be up between 263.23 to 264.59. That's going to be our main daily target if this day trade does indeed turn into a swing trade. So just make sure you're positioned correctly. Right? If you think this could be a day trade going out the rest of this week, don't trade Friday expirations. Go out 14 to 30 days. Buy yourself time just in case you do want to hold a runner as a swing trade here on Coin. But 2 realistic targets for today. 243.59, number 1, and then 249.68 is going to be PT number 2 for today here on Coin. So I definitely want to keep Coin on watch. And then lastly, SMCI, right? Now, you don't really see these setups all too much, but you're starting to see what we call a mid-candle breakout here on SMCI. So we have a really big green day, right? So here on Thursday, we had a massive green day to the upside, followed by a gap down on day number 2 that was right in the middle of that big green day. We call these mid-candle breakouts. Typically, day number 3 leads to a very big spike to the upside. Okay, so what I've been watching here on SMCI is for SMCI to hold above this zone of support between 844.60 to 846.96. As long as we hold above that zone intraday today, I think we could see this move on up. Where to? I would say back up towards around 871.26 to 871.99. Right? That's a lot of great upside potential here on SMCI. That's potentially, 25 points to the upside that we can capitalize on. And it's a simple, right, valid daily mid-candle breakout. So I want to see SMCI ideally open, pull back into that lower zone of support, then look for an opportunity to get long for that 25-point move to the upside. And so that key level of support that I'd like to see SMCI pull back to at the start of the day and hold it as intraday support is going to be between 844.60 to 846.96 there on SMCI. So that's really where my focus is today, right? We got the SPY and the Qs, right? We're all set ready to rock. Most of my focus going on the Qs at the start of the day. Definitely want to keep Coin on watch today as well. There is some great upside potential. And then lastly, SMCI for that daily mid-candle breakout. Okay, so that's what I'm watching today. You guys should be all set, ready to rock, ready to roll. You got your game plans in place. And so we are ready to attack this market, guys. I know Trucker Ed posted up Starbucks. So let's go ahead and take a look at Starbucks real quick. We were watching this a couple weeks ago as we did have a nice little daily gap fill long opportunity. And so that trade's already done. We already got inside of this gap, and we pretty much filled the gap within about $1 to the upside. So I would say the gap is, pretty much filled at this point in time. But is there anything else that really stands out? Well, the first thing that I noticed is we had a nice little uptrend here on Starbucks that was created off this low. You can connect all those higher lows on up. And so we had a nice uptrend that we were grinding. One thing that I noticed that we did last week is Tuesday of last week. No, that's Wednesday. Wednesday of last week, we cracked that daily uptrend, retested it here on Thursday, and now we're starting to see it roll on over a little bit more off of that trend line crack and trend line retest. Number one, we went from the bullish side of this uptrend to the bearish side of the trend line. That leads me to believe we could see more downside here on Starbucks. Number one. Number two, right, when you're above the 20 EMA, it likes to respect it as support. When you're below the 20 EMA, it likes to respect it as resistance. What's something else you notice as well? Here Thursday and Friday, what did you see? You saw it get rejected off that daily 20 EMA as resistance. So that's another thing that leads me to believe that we could see a little bit more room here to the downside, right? You're back below the 20 EMA as resistance. We clearly see it looking like it's curling on over, and it's already cracked that uptrend, and it's already retested that trend line as resistance. So here's what I would say on Starbucks. Like, you got a line in the sand, and it's going to be off all of these lows from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of last week. That's between 79.11 to 79.20. If we fall below last week's support, right around 79.11 to 79.20, I would be led to believe that we're going to come back down into this next lower level of support here on Starbucks, and that's right around 76.74. And that's going to be back down against the lower end of this gap. So that's what stands out to me with Starbucks. I don't like the long because we've cracked the trend line. I don't like the long because we're stuck below the 20 EMA's resistance, and it clearly looks like it's curling on over. Clearly looks like this is going to be a potential lower high for the second leg down. I would expect to see it have that second leg down. So I would say if Starbucks falls below 79.11 to 79.20 and we stay below that level as intraday resistance, I would say it's going to come down towards around 76.74 next, and this would most likely be your second leg to the downside. Here's your first leg down, right? Here's your lower high. This could be the second leg down. That's what really stands out to me. And so that's what I would be looking at here on Starbucks. All right. Anything else? Trade floor, got nothing there. Market mastery, took a look at Starbucks. We are all set. Nothing in open floor, and we got 3 minutes for market open. We
How
are
about
all set,
Boeing?
guys. What's up, Tom?
Boeing.
Boeing. Yeah, Boeing's still on watch. I closed that trade Friday. I didn't like how we were. Actually, I was not in this. I was in Uber. I closed Uber. I never took the trade Friday on Boeing. I didn't like it. But that main level that I want to see it hold above is that 177.54 to like 178.61. That's right in line with the 61.8 retracement, right in line with that 50 SMA, and it's right in line with that daily uptrend. So that main level that I want to see Boeing holding above is like some really solid intraday support is between 177.54 to 178.61. Right now we're below it. But that doesn't mean we can't push back above it intraday and regain it with a nice intraday higher low. Not to say that that can't happen. And if that does happen, it's definitely something on high watch. Definitely want to start looking to build a position on Boeing for that swing trade. But as long as we're below that zone of, support as resistance, I'm going to be hands off with Boeing until we get back above that zone and really regain it as support. But I think it's still on watch. I think we should still watch it. Just because we're coming below it and closing below it doesn't mean we can't push right back above it, regain it with an intraday higher low, even a daily higher low, and then really see it set up and start to push to the upside. So still something that's going to be on watch for the rest of this week, for sure. And then Uber, that trade was closed out on Friday because I wasn't really liking it towards the end of the day, thinking like, what if we did gap down and start to drop? It makes no sense for me to hold this over the weekend. And if it's going to still be valid and still be intact, we're going to be opening right above or right at that zone on Monday. And so that was my thought process there on Friday. Why take the risk and hold it over the weekend to see it gap down and never validate the swing trade to the long side in the first place, right? So I went ahead and closed it, knowing that if it is still going to be intact, if the trade is still valid, it should open right at or right above that level and give me another opportunity to re-enter that trade today. And so just like that, where's Uber opening? Right above that daily zone of support. So if we can pull back into it and see a bounce out of it intraday today, I will be looking to re-enter that Uber swing trade here today. Markets open. We are live. We are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. Let's have an amazing day. Let's crush this market. And let's have some fun, guys.
All you futures traders, you made sure your contracts were rolled over, right?
Yeah, buddy.
Just want to double check because mine somehow defaulted back to not auto roll. So I had some fun with support back and forth all night.
You got him rolled though?
Oh yeah, now they're rolled and set to auto roll, and the change happened with TOS when it switched to Schwab. All of those types of settings like unchecked, but
Gotcha.
Ninja Trader wouldn't even let me select it until this morning.
Morning, Star.
Morning, Tom.
So I took that gap fill bounce for Disney
Woo!
on Friday.
Oh, nice,
Good
awesome.
stuff.
Took it right at the right off the bottom of it.
That's perfect. Well executed.
Nice little gap up today too, Ben. Those are sitting pretty.
It doesn't hurt when the movie comes out and it hit big.
What movie?
I guess one of their movies over the weekend.
Huh.
I didn't catch the whole news story. I caught a quick blurb of it.
What does scuttle mean?
Scuttle?
Yeah, it says U.S. Supreme Court agrees to hear bid by NVIDIA to scuttle securities fraud lawsuit.
I have never heard that before in my life.
Easy to get rid of.
To get rid of?
Yeah, they're changing plans. They're deciding not to move forward. So you scuttle your plans.
Hmm.
The only scuttle I know is that little bird from, Ario Disney. Inside Out 2. So Inside Out 1 was a great movie. I know it's
You
a kid's
seen
movie.
Inside Out too? Yeah, we want to watch it. It was a good movie.
I haven't seen the second one. I definitely want to see it though. I wasn't gonna go see it by myself in theaters. It's weird for a grown man to be sitting there in a Disney movie by himself.
Let's take the kids. You good?
I don't have any kids.
Oh yeah, you can't go then. I'll let you know how it was.
Stand outside. Hey kids, you want to see a movie with me?
Dude, Inside Out 2 looks so good. I want to see it so bad.
Yeah, the first one was really good.
I like the one preview I saw. I was like, hi, like I'm anxiety. Where can I put my bags? I'm like, oh man, I felt that one.
Yeah, so definition of scuttle a dictionary is to give up plan or activity or spoil a possibility for success.
Okay, appreciate you. Tom.
You got it.
Let's go get some
And then-
hedgies for today, guys. See
Yeah,
what
this is
we're
the
working
only
with.
scuttle I know.
Yeah, give me a 478 weekly hedge on the Qs, and I'm definitely jumping into the long side. That'd be right in line with that trend line and right in line with that line in the sands. Count me in. See what we got here. Still loading. Haven't got anything yet. Oh yeah, and just one other thing to point out there. I had a couple people reach out over the weekend. Let's try and watch our P's and Q's a little bit with cursing. It's definitely concerned a few people over the last couple of weeks with it getting a little excessive, especially on my end. So that's something I got to watch is just limit, the curse words that come out of my mouth. I got a pretty
My
bad
bad.
mouth myself, so do apologize to anybody for my vulgarity lately. I'll definitely be more mindful of it. Yeah, I can't get the hedgies to load yet.
I'm in no rush to trade anything
No.
with everything that's going on this week personally. I'm up
Yeah.
260 on a couple of gold scalps last night. I took 4 trades, all of which stopped me out. I'm still up 260.
Nice.
So- Definitely happy about that, but at the same time, all 4 of those would have really rolled in my favor.
This week's gonna be a goofy week for sure.
And then Wednesday close for Juneteenth.
Yep.
Yeah,
wait,
middle
that'll
middle
help.
of the week shortage is gonna mess a lot of stuff up, I think. And then end of the week is quad witching day on Friday, so
It
that'll
sure
be
is.
chaotic.
I wasn't even aware of that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, careful with your funds as well. For those of you on cash accounts, I know it's T1, but doesn't it not settle when it's a banking holiday? Like
It
it
will
takes
not
the extra
settle
day.
Wednesday. It'll take an
Yeah.
extra day to settle. Yep.
It's a Tuesday be best to use like half of your capital. That way Thursday you'll have the other half ready.
Just want to get my hedgies. That's it. I'd love a 478 hedge on the Qs. Even if not, I'm still interested in taking that trade down around 478. It's that multi-day uptrend as well as that key line in the sand zone of support here on the Qs, down around 478.
Can you repeat your zones for the cues for Jonathan?
Yep,
while
so
you're
I got
sitting
a
there
line
looking
in
at
the
them?
sand zone down here between 478.05 to 478.26. That's right in line with this multi-day uptrend from that pullback low Wednesday, low of day Thursday. We connected there again on Friday. So that trend line is right in line with that zone of support. That's a make or break. We come down into it and we hold it. I look to get long back up into this zone of resistance between 479.19 to 479.27. But if we crack that zone of support and we crack that trend line, I would then be looking to take that short down to this lower zone of support between 476.52 to 476.71.
So, not to talk about GameStop because I'm not interested in it, but I'm curious about what's going on. Like they suspended the meeting where they were going to assign the shares. Shouldn't that have caused the squeeze? Like what exactly is happening there?
I have no idea because I'm not even up to date with anything that's been going on. The last thing I know regarding GME was, Hello Kitty's little live stream like 2 weeks ago.
So he exercised his position early and blamed it on theta decay, not the fact that it had crashed. What was it like, $80 million or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know, but I know
Eight-
he did
8
assign
million?
those, and he has like 9 million shares now, which makes him the fourth largest holder.
Well, so that's the thing. They
Shareholder.
haven't actually accredited him the shares yet. They were supposed to, and the reason he did it on Thursday, with Corey, are you there? You can explain it better.
Yeah,
than me.
well, the one thing I saw on Reddit, like he exercised like looked like about a third of them because he had up to 12 million and he only got 4 million, so he exercised a third. So he got 4 million plus 1,000 shares. Like why he got the extra 1,000, I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but the rumor is, or the talks was, he did that on Thursday because with the T+1 settlement, like everything had to be done by Friday. So he should have those shares now if they're available. And like the Reddit pump up ape crowd was like, oh, if they can't find the shares by Friday, the market makers are going to have to get out of their short positions to give him their shares.
Mm.
And I like that's what everyone's hype is about. But I'm like, on the other hand, it's quote only 4 million. GameStop just put 75 million into the market a couple weeks ago with that offer.
Yeah, that
So,
alone
like,
is not gonna.
it's not like I don't think we're gonna squeeze.
Yeah,
I don't think so either.
I don't understand the logic behind it.
But then his whole rhetoric behind it was he put out a TikTok or a YouTube, whatever he does, and he was saying it's theta decay, not the fact that his position had literally crashed like over 50% in the last couple of weeks. Nothing to do with theta, just the fact that the strike was going down. I mean, a little bit to do with theta, but not to that extent. He blamed it on they're manipulating it and forcing the price down instead of putting it out on. It's
I mean, from
Of
a
course, that's what
technical
keeps the
standpoint,
followers coming
today's
back is
today
it's
is do or die
manipulated.
for it. It's in a really, really tight wedge right now, but I'm not messing with it.
Nope.
I'm just watching. I'm waiting for the documentary to come out.
Hmm.
Part 2.
Hello,
Hello
Kitty,
Kitty.
Part 2.
Exactly.
No, it's just gonna be, the first one was Dumb Money. This one's just gonna be called Dumb and Dumber Money. It's
Dumb
all
and
it's
Dumber money.
just like Dumb and Dumber.
Still nothing on the hedgies, huh?
No, it's still loading. Nothing yet.
Bastards. They're trying to figure out how they want to make it move. They're all getting together at a little table.
Yeah, like you said, man, I have no interest in really trading unless there's like a super awesome setup that presents itself, but I just don't really see it happening this week.
It's going to be slow and choppy and probably
will be.
range bound, to be honest.
I only got that one short on oil this morning for a quick little $200 scalp. That was about it.
I couldn't get back to my computer quick enough.
I take
I
it.
heard you
He's
talking
happy
about
with it.
that. I was like, man, I was watching that a few hours ago. I wasn't expecting it to play out just yet. I'm starting to get a little more comfortable with NQ's moves.
I love trading NQ now. I used to not like it, but yeah, I'm more comfortable with it.
Ninja Trader support is just delayed. That's
Give me my. Oh, Zach's got him. Look at you, man. Why are you lucky? Why do you get him so soon? So we got a 477.50 weekly hedge on the Qs. And we got a 475 monthly. So the monthly is getting a lot closer to the weekly now. 475 monthly hedge on the Qs. And then we go look at the SPY. We got a 541 weekly. And that's still pretty low. 537.50 monthly.
say
on the SPY.
541 hasn't adjusted yet, but the 537 did. 541 was last Friday's hedge pressure for the weekly. Does somebody have GC futures hedge pressure by chance in that little Discord tool or whatever y'all you use? Or
Yeah, I'm not in the Discord, so I do not know.
that's gonna get a little more attention to metals this week, and then with the banking crisis finally like getting a little bit more traction in the mainstream, and they're reporting that the rest of the world's been buying up precious metals since 2022 in preparation. It's GC on my chart.
Gold futures.
I appreciate you. No worries if not. I don't need it to trade, but it's always really nice when that like hedge pressure level lines up with a level that you're watching, and you're just like, yes, that's the one. That's the little extra piece of confluence I needed. Nothing for GC. No worries. I appreciate you checking. It's wild. I can hear your kids screaming on TikTok, but not the group chat or the Zoom.
Really?
Yeah,
This mic's a little sensitive.
definitely a little sensitive.
Did you hear him before when I was in the downstairs office? Through TikTok?
Not as much.
Really?
Like you heard a little faint thing, but
Huh.
this is definitely a little bit more echoed.
I'm gonna have to switch it all back around. Not gonna happen.
They can only hear it on TikTok.
Yeah, it's fine. He's got kids that scream a lot.
Kids is doing what kids do. So fresh out the gate with the SPY, first 15 minutes really, and that's just kind of whippy and choppy.
It is.
Like the only thing I consider doing in these types of markets is the orb strategy, mark the high and the low for the first 15-minute range. Ideally, I like to play the 30-minute orb versus the 15, but if it gives us potential, there's still that to trade off of. But this is going to be a range bound, choppy, sideways type of day, I bet.
Yes, it will be. I'm not really looking at the SPY and the Qs. Only if the Qs come down to that lower zone and that trend line. Maybe there's something there. I'm more or less watching SMCI. It just came down to that lower zone of support for that possible mid-candle breakout. I'm going to go see what those options look like. I'm sure the spreads are horrendous, but we'll see. If not, then maybe just small share position off that lower zone. Go look at some SMCI, see what we're working with. SMCI options. Like a 9, I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, one thing I noticed,
Those aren't
everything was
as
basically
gross,
at its
okay.
monthly extremes, correspondingly, like gold, the Qs, SPY, ES, Qs, etc. But from its monthly range, it was far away from where it opened, like at the extreme of that range for last month. Meaning we're very overextended, both up and to the downside, depending on which ticker you're looking at. Gold has been downtrending, the rest of it kind of uptrending. The video was granted the Supreme Court review. I'm up 4.5% since the split.
Look at you, man. Crushing it.
I mean, like I'm happy, to see green, but I really wanted it to come down so I could grab another 10. I like Corey's idea of just buying. I don't know. He said 10, or I
No,
don't know.
one.
His word. One. Okay.
One.
I was like, man, he might be big balling. I don't know.
Oh, hell
But
no.
what one a week on Mondays or Fridays, whatever he said, it just to build a nice dollar cost average.
I'm literally logging in right now to do it.
I thought it was 10. My bad, Mr. Scrooge.
Oh,
I
I
realized
wish I
that.
had enough to do 10.
When you first told me, I was like, man, his pockets is deep. That's awesome. I can't wait to get there.
No,
10 a
no.
week just to buy 10 a week. Yeah. Sorry. It's not
Yeah, just dropping $1,200 a week for forever. No, thank you.
That's why I don't like that 15-minute orb. It broke above and didn't retest at all and just came right down. 30-minute orb is definitely my favorite. But it's still very range bound and choppy. And I swear, if it does this until 10:15, 10:30, I'm just going to cut out early because I'm up 260 and I've got no reason to try and like force anything that's not setting up the way I want to see it. And like Josh said, I don't really see a lot of potential in this market currently unless we come down to these lower levels and stuff.
No, the only thing I see right now that I'm eyeballing is Datadog for a gap fill bounce. It's also a 50% retracement from that swing low up to that swing high. It's right in line with the lower end of that gap at like 114.98, and you got 115 psychological support as well. Not a swing trade, just a quick little intraday dip buy opportunity right there off the lower end of that gap on Datadog. That's DDOG. Options are terrible. Wouldn't be an options trade. I would take shares on this, but I don't even like the spread on the shares. Is like 20 to 30 cent spread. So I have to go really, really light position and then like build a position 100 shares at a time because the spread's up there. That's the only thing that's really come down to an area that I had. ORCL, nothing there. Coin, below that zone, nothing there. Maybe Boeing. Maybe
Q
Boeing.
dumping, spies are dumping. SPY just made a new low a day approaching weekly hedge. I mean, we're 60 cents off, but low a day. Mark that range. 10 minutes left. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and wait for something to really set up because I don't like these market conditions in this chop right now.
I mean, shoot, there's the Q sitting right off that key zone.
And like Corey and y'all mentioned, taking a day off in the middle of the week is wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for Juneteenth and whatnot, but like normally when a holiday falls, they close early the day before or shuffle it a bit. In the middle of the week is that's odd. And then quad witching on Friday. Everybody's going to be rebalancing portfolios, etc. It's going to be a funky week. Need to find a good music to listen to.
I mean, Q's
Good.
getting pretty close for a possible trade. What I see is I'd like to see it bounce off that zone, that line in the sand that we discussed this morning. I'd like to see it, bounce right here, right now, back up into this trend line. Ideally, get rejected off this intraday trend line, pull back, and create a nice higher low above that daily zone of support prior to breaking that trend line on a 0.4. So if we see it set up like this, I would absolutely be looking for a long on the Qs. But I like to see it bounce back up to a 0.3 of the trend line, get rejected, pull back, create a higher low, then start to break the trend line on 0.4 off of that higher low. If that's what we see take place, I'm definitely looking for a long on the Qs.
So GameStop just released a news story. The meeting was adjourned when demand from shareholders caused the webcast to crash last week. GameStop Corp stock shed early gains. Trade final. They rescheduled it for 11:30. I don't see a new date. So I'm just scanning through this. Yeah, it should be 11:30 today. That'll be a fun show to watch anyways. Nothing else is going on. Well, while we waiting on something, Steve asked a good question last week. Something along the lines of things we wish we asked when we started beginning. Forget exactly what he said, but of that sentiment, things we wish we had known
Yeah, it was like,
originally. Or...
what do you think? I think what he said, it was like questions we wish we would have asked when we first joined that we never asked day one. Some of those top
Yes.
questions that you wish you would have asked. Yeah, that was a really good question.
So a question I think I wish I would have asked is let me rephrase this. Hold on. Let me think about really what I want to say, because that is a good question. I think I have a couple, but I want to like write them down and get it. Like I don't know how to properly phrase it. Like something I wish I would have learned is how to have the proper mentality to handle trading, being able to emotionally handle those swings. Like I wish somebody would have told me in the beginning, hey, technical analysis is going to be the easy part. Actually managing your trades, not getting caught up in the P&L is going to be the hard part. You know, something along those lines, but it's not really question that like it's not something you even think to ask, but it's like one of the
Right.
most important parts.
And there's a lot of questions I think that newer traders don't even know to ask the types of questions. Because when I was a new
Exactly.
trader, all the questions I had were, strategy related, technical related. So I think it was like maybe someone should have set the right expectations with me to say, hey, you're asking the wrong types of questions in the beginning. The types of questions you should be asking are mindset related, how to be more disciplined in the market, how to remove the emotions from trading, making sure that you're going, down the right process. You're not trading with real money in the beginning, that you're starting in a simulated account. You're collecting the trading data. I wish someone would just primed me in the beginning so that I understood what types of questions to ask in the first place.
Uh, I wish I would have asked the reasoning behind doing that because it creates, the proper repetitions and discipline that you need to continue. Same thing as going to the gym and the working out. You don't start by bench pressing, a few hundred pounds. You start with, just the bar and work yourself up to 50, 60, 100, whatever pounds, and, base hits like that. It's not so much that you're trying to build capital. It's you're trying to build the consistency mentally to be able to do this on autopilot, where you know that you're entering here, you're exiting there, you're entering here, you're exiting there. It's not going against or my way here, I'm leaving here, and just knowing that those trades outweigh each other. Um, but again, these are questions like you don't even think of until you've gone through experience and whatnot. So everybody's focused on, well, what's this SMA do? What's the VWAP? What's MACD? It's like that's all great backup and whatnot, but if you don't understand how the market moves or what moves the market, that money's being exchanged, that these candlesticks represent those transactions. If you're just focused on making money, you're not going to make money. And you'll get lucky here and there, but if your focus is to make money and not take good trades, it's a lot harder to make money. So I wrap all of that into a question, but these are things that I wish I knew when I had started, and things that I've realized at the not the end, but like as I've progressed through my journey, these are things that I really should have focused on much earlier, because screen time teaches you TA, how the candles move, what an SMA is, what this is. Like you wind up picking up all these other things up, but if you can't emotionally handle the ups and downs of the market when your money's on the line, you'll never be successful. Putting in those base hits and those small reps and the consistency of journaling and uh, you know setting up your own trade plans, comparing and engaging. I mean, it makes all the difference in the world. And if you're
I
not
fully,
journaling,
I
just
fully
last thing,
agree
I'm
on that.
sorry. If you're not journaling, then you're not able to identify what you're personally doing wrong. When you're actually journaling and reviewing your trades, and this is why I entered, this is why I exited, this is what I saw after the fact, and so on, and really reviewing that, you won't be building the mental blocks needed to, when you're in the market, be able to adjust on the fly when things are going your way or not going your way.
Yeah, no, I totally agree on that part. Like I said, until I really just, I was focused also mostly on TA. And I guess as far as for the mindset, I was just hearing what each one of y'all was going through. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll put that mindset in my head as well. But until I read that book, like I said, Trading in the Zone, that just totally flipped my mindset as, dang, that's the most important thing. And like you said, as long as you show up daily, I mean, even 3-4 times a day, just for the first 2-3 hours of the market, I mean, watching the live program, you'll understand price. You'll get to learn that price action. You'll get to learn all the technical analysis. That it'll click in. That'll click without you even knowing that it just clicked. Um, I wish I would have known not to take things too for granted, and not to take it too hard on myself, where, oh, I need to learn everything now. Like, it took me whenever I really put that work in by just showing up daily, watching, listening, and doing exactly what Josh said. It clicked within in a month and a half.
Yeah.
But whenever I didn't have the time or didn't put in the time, and you know what, I was on TikTok doing other stuff. That that just prolonged my learning experience. But the
The
more,
same thing as working out, riding a bike.
yeah,
Anything else you do is a hobby or practice. You fall out of shape. You mentally need to snap back into it. So if you stop consistently doing your workout and you go to do your workout for the first time in 2 months, it's damn near impossible to do the easy workout that you were doing a month ago.
oh yeah. So just
Along
wished
those lines,
I wouldn't have taken it too hard on myself.
I think along those lines, the question I wish I would have asked is, do I trade in a cash account or do I trade in a simulated account?
Hmm.
Going to the example of a workout, and I used to work out, lift weights. I'm not going to sit there on, when I first start out and try to bench 300 pounds. You got to work your way up to it. And I wish I did a simulated account early on until I learned partly the technical analysis, but I think it's a matter of getting your mindset right, because you can still work on your mindset in a simulated account, taking the profit, not to take a profit, where to get in, where all those different things and how you feel about that. Because if you wait 30 to 45 days, and listen, we all have the urge to go in and trade and want to make money, and you miss something, it's always going to be there. I mean, I go back 10 years ago when I made some crazy money on individual trades, still the same type of setup, still the same opportunities today, even if it was 10 years ago. So if I had that mindset right now, back then as I do now, would have changed everything.
I definitely wish I knew about paper trading and fake money trading before I just started.
I didn't even know it was there. I don't even know if I looked for it. It wasn't even a thought. I figured, oh, I can go in, I can do this. Yeah, no problem. It worked at times, but when
Just enough to get you addicted.
well, that was the thing. And then think, oh, this is easy. Dude, I just made $6,000. I can do this. And then I go and do another trade that was similar. And guess what? Not only did I give back the $6,000, I gave back even more. Because I thought I could do this. And was my mind, it wasn't even the analysis, my mindset was just wrong.
Because we were trying to make money.
Yeah.
That was our focus. Same thing. I still remember the first stock I ever bought into. It was SGYP. And I did it on Robinhood. And like the day after they had a reverse split. It's like, you motherfuckers. But the first day I day traded it, I turned $300 into like $3,000. Had no idea why, didn't know what a split was, nothing like. Woke up the next morning, all my money was split up and gone. Then the thing tanked, they got delisted. I was like, oh, but I saw the potential and I was like, I need to be able to recreate this. I did it once, I could do it again. And I did it once, not understanding anything. So if I understand things, I know I can do it again. It's just been a long grind since. Like, I wish this place had existed.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that I hit on too. It's like, when I was a brand new day one trader, I didn't even know the questions to ask. Like, same thing as like paper account. Like, someone could have said, hey man, you should start trading in a paper account. Like, what are you talking about? What's a paper account? I'm just so busy trying to learn these strategies that are going to make me all the money. I was focused on making money, and I was focused on the technicals of trading. I didn't really have the questions to ask. I wasn't really primed with the expectations to where I knew the right types of questions to ask. So that could be a really challenging one for most traders, is like, hey, what are the top questions you wish you would have asked? Well, honestly, I don't even know the questions I would have asked. So I think that's where we do our part, and we do our part really well. It's like we at least have these conversations on a daily basis to get your brain mechanics, kind of going a little bit, to get you to the point where it's like, the types of questions to ask. Versus, being here for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and be like, oh, there's a such thing as a paper account, and I should take mindset more serious. At least the right types of questions to ask based on the conversations that we have the most here inside of the Zooms.
Yeah, like questions I wish I would have asked. The question you just asked, Steve, because I didn't know what to ask. But mindset and discipline very different. 100%. Mindset's the ability to handle and navigate all of that. Discipline is the actions required necessary to execute on that. And
And they go hand
here's
in
something I
hand.
wish I knew. How important is your day-to-day living's normal tasks and requirements in reference to your trading, and how you approach those? I got to take out the trash, make my bed, brush my teeth, well, whatever, take care of the kids, whatever you got going on in your lives. Like, how do you approach those tasks? Do you do it disciplined in the moment and attack it, or do you let me put it off a little bit, let me be a little late, let me get distracted over here, let me watch TikToks on? If you're like that, that will be how you are like in your trading. So like I really wish I had known how important it is. How you execute in your regular life is how you're going to execute in trading as well. And that discipline is necessary. It doesn't matter how much you understand. It doesn't matter how good your TA is. If you don't have the discipline necessary, you will give back all of those profits. Ask me how I know.
And it's kind of weird that mostly the mindset, everything we do, it's just it on the mindset. It has not much to do with trading.
No,
It's
it
more
has nothing to do with
our
trading.
life. It's
Nothing.
it's our life, the way we live, and everything that has to do with TAs and all that. Just like the Stir said, yeah, you
This
can
is
learn all that, but that has hardly anything to do with the mindset part. The way
in
we carry ourselves, and we can say, you know what, I'm just gonna do things my way and everything, and okay, do it. It's gonna hurt you, and until you just learn to accept that, you know what, it's not your way. It's you have to be disciplined. That's the only thing that's gonna get us through this, the discipline part.
Yeah, I look at mindset and discipline. They are two very different things, but I look at them, going hand in hand with one another. Building a really strong mindset. How do you do that? By really building some high level discipline, right? So if you're able to be disciplined with things in your day to day life and the things that you don't want to do, that's going to naturally just build a very strong mindset. And that type of mindset and that high level discipline will bleed into the market and other aspects of your life as well.
in my opinion, it's why 90% of traders fail. I mean,
It is.
and it's easy to learn the language. It's easy to learn the TA. It's easy to learn some strategies and understand what's going on. But if you don't have the discipline to hold yourself accountable, you're that 90% that's gonna fail this.
And I mean, yeah, we could talk about it and everything, just constantly just say discipline mindset, discipline mindset. But at the same time, if we don't have anyone to follow, anyone that taught us this and watch and lead by example, it's kind of hard to believe it.
Yeah. That's people talk about it. They're like, "Oh, you just got to be really disciplined and you got to not give me your emotions." Like, great, I know that, but how? Give me some things that I can take action with to actually be able to not give into the emotions, to be more disciplined, to have a good trading mindset. Like, how? You know what I mean?
I'm not
And
trying
like
to
you're
cut
saying, it's
anybody
like,
off, but we got a 5-minute close above that
following
orb
mindset.
in the 30-minute strategy for the SPY. And I just entered for a scalp to the long side real quick.
I like it.
Good luck. Go for it.
My stop is below 542.36, but I'm on ES for this. So
Nice. I'm just managing my trade on DDOG for that gap fill bounce.
Or it's going to be one of those days where it's just range bound shop, and I will not be happy. But I only got one contract for this orb breakout, just because I'm not confident in the conditions of the market today that we're dealing with.
Yeah, none of the swing trades are really looking all that great. Boeing, 50-50. Uber, I never came back down to that zone this morning, so I'm not in that. But I'm sure she's doing okay. You guys are still holding that from Friday? I'm sure it's up a little bit today.
No real follow through. I'm just kind of sitting at break even here.
Yeah, DDOG's taken forever. But that's to be expected. Light volume, not a lot of attention towards it. Probably end up putting my stop at break even here on this. Right to a 50%. Yeah. Stops will be brought to break even now on DDOG. Still see if it can move back up to that 117.25, but if not, at least I'm not going to carry any risk here.
There it goes.
Yay.
There it goes. Give me some real follow through. Don't retrace that quick.
Yeah,
I'm
next
pulling
theory I
my
have is
stop
up at like
up.
453.
I'm pulling my stop way up because that's not at all what I wanted to see. It shouldn't have come back down like that. I stopped out of that trade. It was up 70 and I just stopped out minus 25. That's lame.
It's
I
gonna be
almost
one of
clicked
those
close
weeks,
too when
man.
it popped right there.
Quick in, quick out. Quick in, quick
Yeah.
out. Don't really
It's
expect
gonna be one of
that
those
follow-through.
days, just a range bound chop. Try and catch a
Yeah.
high a day into low a day and a low a day into high a day. Wait and see how this candle closes out. But lame.
And on that one, you move your stop loss closer to lose $25.
I moved my stop almost to break even because when I saw that spike up, I wanted to move my stop above my entry point anyway, just to secure. That's how I like to trade, just so I'm riding the trade risk free regardless. Because the type of trades I enter, they're boom or bust. So as soon as they work out in my favor, I'm moving my stop immediately up anyway. So even if it does come back down to break even, I typically stop out $25 to $50 in the profit. That one I wasn't able to get up there. I was able to bring it like literally right to like break even and minus the fees in and out. I believe I lost $25. I'm up. I was up 260. I'm now up 240. So almost $20. 245 something. But
Okay. No, but still, you saw what you saw. It went up, then quickly came back down. You didn't like it. You moved it
I didn't
quick.
see it go up. I got in before it went up. That's the
Okay.
difference. If I had seen it go up, I would not have entered that trade. If I had done that, I would have immediately lost a few $100.
Mm.
I want to get in before the move happens. Like Corey says, if you see the move happen, you're too late.
You're too late.
Do not chase.
Oh yeah. And you made your adjustments once you didn't see what anything play out and took a small loss.
But that's the orb strategy. The 30-minute orb breakout. We got a candle close above that high for the 30 minutes. The next candle opened and we pushed up. That should have been some follow through. Instead, we got an immediate sell off back below the opening range breakout strategies high. And that to me means that it's not going to continue breaking out. That to me means that trade is dead. So I'm erasing those highs and lows of the 30 minutes. No longer valid. It was a 30-minute orb breakout. But usually when you see that type of strategy, you can ride those conditions. Like if it breaks out to the upside and it retests and holds the support, you can ride that direction up for the rest of the day. With how it's playing out right now, go ahead.
You didn't do what I used to do, where I used to add into the position because I'm like, okay, it's gonna come back up, and I just added more money to lose more money.
So if I'm okay with risking 20 to 50 bucks for this trade and I add to the position, that means that I need to be willing personally to move my stop closer into profit. If I'm adding to my risk and contract size, that means I need to decrease my risk with my stop loss. Because one thing I don't want to do, and one thing I used to do a lot, I would add to my contract size and double my risk by not having my stop any closer. So now I'm no longer risking 20 or 50 bucks. I'm risking 50 to 100 bucks. And well, it's still intact. I can make it move. Well, now I'll make even more. And I just focused on what was potentially good, not how much I could lose. And that's how I trade now. I don't focus on how much I can make. I focus on how much I'm willing to risk to catch this move from these key areas I've identified from one zone to the next. I no longer look at, oh, I can make $1,000, $2,000, or $500-600. I'm trading this trade. Is it a good trade? Awesome. Am I in this trade? Great. Is it moving in profit? Awesome. I'm going to move my stop down because if it comes back up, I don't want to lose this money. If I can get in 3 or 4 trades through the day and make $1,000 a day, and each one's $250 to $300, I mean, I'd much rather do that than hold one trade all day in the hopes that I can get $1,000. The mental stress and the difference between trying to capitalize on a whole move and just focusing on your base hit in and out it's night and day. It's so much easier to just let go of, oh, it's been running all day. I could have made $10,000. Crap, I made $1,000. I made $1,000. Like rephrase the mental. Go do it again. But if you get caught up and I could have made 10 grand, you sit there and you watch that trade play out for the rest of the day. You miss out on all the other opportunities elsewhere.
Well, like you said, you had a plan, you had a strategy, you saw it,
Awesome.
you jumped in and jumped out. You stayed disciplined. You did exactly what you told yourself you were gonna do.
And I mean, the trade's playing out now. SPY is pushing up to the upside. If I had, kept my stop maybe a little bit looser, but it broke down the rules that it didn't do what I saw I wanted it to do. So I'd much rather take a small paper cut and wait for a new opportunity than move my stop down just a little bit to accommodate or add to the contract after it comes down. Like, no, that was the trade that I saw. I was willing to place my bet or place my money on red 52. I spun the wheel. It landed on red, but not 52. So I took my little, cut and moved on.
And this
It
is
comes
where
down
we
to just being in
journal.
control, man. It's like you have full control over the trade and what the expectations are. And so it's like if
Exactly.
you let the market control you, then that's when we start getting a little carried away. You're in control of the trade. It didn't do what you wanted it to do. And so you went ahead and just made the decision to walk. I think that's that level of control that you have that keeps you consistent in the market.
Most certainly. And I did not have that before. Like you can ask these guys. I was blowing up accounts left and right constantly. I'd make great money and then give it back for the rest of the week. Now it's okay. I understand. If I actually want to make money, this is the brick that I've been given. I was given $210 this morning. I turned it into 260. I just lost 25, 30. I'm now at 240. Okay, this is the good brick. Where's my next setup that's going to give me the next potential to add another brick to my wall, to my castle, to my empire? That one didn't work out exactly like I liked. I could have gotten in. And now if it comes back and retests the support, I would consider getting in, back up to all-time highs, but I don't feel comfortable going long at all-time high areas. Like I'd much rather wait for resistance, even though we're in an uptrending market. So I'm not really too interested in taking a SPY unless we really come down and retrace to like a weekly hedge pressure, that uptrend or low of day or something. I can see some support developing there. I don't want to chase up here. So I'm watching gold off to the side. I'm watching Qs off to the side. A little salty. I didn't trade that D-Dog trade with Josh. That looked like a nice little base hit.
Options sucked.
Yeah.
And the trade sucked. Not going to lie. I was expecting more of a pop, a little bit more follow through, and I just took it halfway through the gap. I noticed that's where we were hitting. If you just mark up, high day down the low a day, we were halfway up inside the gap. I closed it.
I expect options are going to be kind of choppy this week with OPEX on Friday.
Yeah. And the option spread here was like 30 to 40%. I'm like,
Okay.
yeah, that's not going to happen.
I wouldn't have touched that personally.
Nope.
I've been burned
Not
by
even
that
on
so
a
many
limit.
times.
Not even going to happen on a limit.
Yeah, just set a limit below the bid and immediately set a market sell.
Start to add to what you were just talking about. If we change, and I've been guilty of this in the past, your discipline and mindset, trade to trade, you don't create consistency for yourself.
Exactly. If I'm going to adjust it on one, I'll give it a little bit more on the next. I really got to stay consistent.
And that's where you go down that rabbit hole you don't want to, because you finally climbed out of it. And it's like, okay, here we go again. It's creating that consistency over time is going to make you successful.
When I start feeling emotional and I feel like I'm not taking the best of trades, I still switch to a sim account and I still try to take the best of the best trades and treat it live and whatnot. But it takes all of that stress off of me about the what if, am I on point? Am I not on point? It just confirms, okay, I am on point. My edge is here. I am dialed in. I am, hitting this right. I am seeing things correctly. But if you have any doubts, don't put your money in the pot. And that's something I didn't used to do. I would come in and I'm like, all right, got to make money today. Where's my opportunity? I'm on a small cash account. I've got one freaking trade to do. It's got to be the best of the best trade. And it sucks because, when they say it takes money to make money, it's much easier to have, 3 or 4 tiny paper cuts in the day and be able to keep trading versus this is my whole bag. This is my one and done. I've got $1,000 to trade with. Anything worth trading that's actually going to make me money, I need to utilize this full $1,000. And it's just not the right way to go about it. And I wish I knew all of this stuff beforehand. I wish I had structured my account appropriately, focused on base hits, paper traded for a solid year while I played with all the strategies until I found what I liked. And just even when I went to a live account, I would do what Felicia's doing. One contract at a time, less than $100, and she's typically getting 20 to 60% returns, depending on the option and the strike and so on in her scalps. I mean, that's phenomenal. And it's not that she can't make money with more money. It's the fact that she's creating those repetitions and those base hits and those workouts to be able to scale up, because when the time comes, she's going to have a whole new battle of emotions to deal with money. Right now, she's focusing on, this is the entry, this is the exit, this is routine, this is how I do this. In, this is out, this is in, this is out. And she's stopping out when it's supposed to stop out. And she's accepting those losses versus, let me add one more contract. Let me just give that stop a little bit more. Let me just throw the whole $100. It's only $100. No, she's treating it like you're supposed to. She's doing it the right way. That's how you're supposed to scale up. That's how you're supposed to build the discipline. That's how you're supposed to condition your mentality to be able to handle it when you do scale up with money. But all these other TikTokers and Discords out there selling signals and buy this and hyping up GameStop, they don't give any craps about you at all. So I'm trying not to cuss. I apologize.
Well,
I don't think.
once again, I mean, I thank Josh for being the leader and the alpha on the whole discipline. I mean, I have a role model, someone under our wing that just shows and does exactly what he says. And therefore, if we go the other way, yeah, Josh, that's you. But you know what? I'm more different. So let me go the other way. And guess what? I mean, it hurts us.
That was my mentality.
Yep.
It hurts us over and over and
You know, I said we're
over.
not going to do this, but let's just do it anyway, guys. I changed my mind. Yeah.
I stayed with Bollinger Bands. I stayed blowing up account. I didn't listen. It wasn't until like me and Josh had a real one-on-one and sat down. He, offered me some of the tools in market mastery to really condition my mental and open up my eyes to that was the issue. Did I really start, running, like sprinting?
Yeah, and I'm for sure Josh could take so many trades and probably make more money if
He misses
he
out on a
wasn't
lot.
tutoring us. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he misses
tutoring
out on
us
a
or
lot.
doing a lot of with us. But the fact that he does and we still go the other way, we're stubborn.
We are stubborn. And that's again why 90% of people fail. We have to be able to battle ourselves. It's not that, we're fighting the market. It's not that the market's manipulated. We know the market's manipulated. We're trading the manipulation, but it's all mental. It's all discipline. If you can figure out how to get in and get out, you can scale into that. If you can get in and get out and you've made profit, you're better than 90% of the traders. If you can routinely do that, you're better than 95% of the traders.
Esther,
It's
you got me
mental.
another question, and it's along the lines of what you were talking about with Felicia. Is what should my trade size be starting out? And I think if I started with a smaller sizing, like one contract, I wanted to hit a grand slam with nobody on base. And
Yep.
that's exactly what I did. And
I want
if
to turn
I
$50 into $1 million. Let's go.
exactly, if I knew that, yesterday, a year ago, whatever it is, I would be better off today because it helps to create the better mindset and the better discipline. And, I give Felicia a lot of credit. I mean, she's doing well with one contract. I'm like, and I sat there as you were saying, I'm like, why didn't I start there? I didn't have to go out there with 30, 40, 50 contracts on options. When I hit it, it was great, but when I lost, it wasn't so good.
Exactly. And that's the trap. That's the dopamine hit that gets us addicted.
Yep. So I think that's another question is where should my sizing be with early on orders? And
I can actually answer that. It should
Paper
be with-
account, 5 to 10 contracts at most. But I would even start smaller than that. But I would say 5 to 10 tops, because that's eventually what you're going to scale into, and just condition yourself to that in a paper account. So when we transition to a live account, we scale up to that, you're already conditioned to do so.
right. Even maybe
it's-
going into a cash account is even starting at that smaller level
1 to
because
2 at a
again,
time, yeah.
we're going away from, hey, I know this isn't real. And you know what? It's okay. But now you go into real, and Stur's talked about this any number of times, your mindset will potentially change. So this way you're getting in is still doing the same things you were, even if it's for 2 weeks, whatever the time period is, just for 2 weeks, and you're still in that same consistency. Now maybe scale up to a couple more, up to 5 or up to 10, wherever you were in the
So I agree with most of that, but not for just 2 weeks. The reason I say a solid year is market conditions change.
Yep.
You might be killing it in a bull market, but the second it turns into a bear market, you've lost your edge, and vice versa. Or it's sideways chop, and we're waiting on FOMC for a week, and now you start redialing in. Well, what's wrong with my edge? Nothing's wrong with the edge. The market conditions have changed. You need to add to your edge and add more tools to the tool belt so you can adapt and be a chameleon. But as far as how much should you use once you establish consistency in a paper account and you're switching to a live account, you should utilize money that you are okay with losing the entirety of, so you are not emotional about it. If it's $50, then it's $50. If it's $100, it's $100. Some of y'all big cats, it's $1,000 for a trade. Everybody's financial situation is different, but the point is, if you are emotional when you take the loss, then you are trading with too much money. All you TikTokers sitting there not liking the screen, there's 70 of y'all just listening. I know you find value. Double tap, share, show some support.
And I know we hardly talk about this, especially whenever there's a lot of TikToks, but when we just talk a lot of, like right now, it's not that this is all there is. I mean, no, it's just right now the market is not moving well. It's not what we like. So therefore, we're still gonna, well, I mean, Josh is still gonna keep pushing a product that is valid, is worth every penny, even if it's for free. And guess what? You're gonna take some mindset out of this right now
Oh, for sure.
and try to apply that to your life,
Yeah.
to your kids, to your family. So even if the market's not moving or anything like that, guess what? You probably would have said, oh, well, you know what? There's not much going on right there in TikTok with Josh and Alpha Day Trading. So therefore, let me just get out of here and go home, or just follow someone else. Okay, yeah, you could do that.
Someone else
but
that's hyping
how
up
many-
all the penny stocks. Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
how many other people will tell you, or how many other
Yeah.
members will tell you what we went through or what we're going through? That way you don't have to go through it. I mean, you're still getting valuable information right here from students, from him, everyone.
Like, anybody can teach you TA. Any trader can make a technical analysis and make a prediction. And let's be honest, they've got a 50-50 shot of being right.
Yeah, I
You
can
know, if
train
you
a
know
monkey
nothing.
to teach you a TA. It's not overly complex. TA becomes super simple the more you do. It's like driving a car. Like at the very beginning, I always use the car analogy. Terrible analogy, but like the first time you got in the driver's seat behind the wheel and you started driving, I'm sure you were intimidated, scared. It was foreign to you. I'm sure you found it to be pretty challenging. After, a couple times of doing it, hey, it's like now driving a car, you don't even think about it. It's all subconscious. It's the same thing with trading. TA in the beginning, it's foreign, it's complex, but the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And anybody can teach you TA, like Stir said. Sorry, guys. I wanted to be more in this conversation, but as you guys were talking, I did not want to interrupt you. I took a QQQ long that I'm just managing right now.
I've been watching you.
Well, not only that, I mean, let's say you do have people that teach you the TAs and all that, don't tell you the mindset that they go through or they gone through, and they understand it because you know what, they want to feel great that they know the market and they're better than everyone else. They lack to tell you that information out of just envy of them wanting to just keep making
It's
more
not
money.
even that most of them don't know any better. A lot of them
Wow.
don't understand that, or maybe some of them just have the discipline already and in their regular lives and aren't aware of how they're living, but they understand where to get in, where to get out, and they're crushing it. And that's great and all. They've got a great TA and so on, but 90% of their members are not making money. Whereas, 70% of our members are successful within the first month or two. They're not teaching what needs to be taught. Again, a monkey can teach a TA what a simple moving average is, this and that. But I mean, the level of discipline and mentality that's taught here, you could shake a magic 8-ball. And as long as your discipline is on point, I mean, you'll be successful. but it's about
Oh, yes.
managing your losses. It's not about how
So
much
we-
you make.
If we have teachers, anyone that's having that summer break right now, I will tell you this is the time to jump in, and learn as much as you can right now that you're just going to be at home, bored, on vacation. This is the time where, hey, you can jump in, learn as much as you can, and you'll see the difference in that summertime. It's just taking that one step forward, Fear? Yeah.
That's it. Taking the
Guess
first
what?
step, like you said, just got to take the first step. As long as you're
We-
willing to
we-
take that first step, then we'll meet you halfway and we'll make it happen.
We all have fear. I had fear. I was like, man, am I really going to do this? I don't even know Josh. I never even know about trading anything. I'm glad you're the first one I found. But
love
I
it.
did it. Yeah. I didn't even know
Right.
anything. I had fear, but I just said, you know what? Bible says not to have fear. Okay, fine. Let's go. I'm going to give it one shot. And I thank the Lord and I thank
You're
the
gonna do
community.
something, do it right. Lean in. GameStop.
And I'll definitely explain this trade when it's closed for those of you that are like, why'd you take the trade on the Qs? I'll explain it to you so you guys can learn from it, but it was a pretty simple trade, guys.
NQ just
Not
broke
overly
yesterday's
complex
high
whatsoever.
day.
I'm out of that. I'm going to get out early. It's just one of those days where I'm not really expecting follow through. It definitely had a really big pop. I'm just going to go ahead and close that trade before targets it.
That was a nice trade to the 60 from the 61.8 retracement.
There's a few things. Yep. And I'll explain it. So as I'm looking at the 1 minute time frame up here, as it's curling, every time it dropped, it popped up pretty hard. Every time it dropped, it popped up pretty hard. So I can see that, there's a lot of buyers stepping in every time we would drop on off. So I did like the price action from the buy side. And that was the first thing that I noticed, just overall price action of the day. You can definitely see that there's some like buyers in control and buyers present. So that was like the first thing I noticed. Then I jumped into a 5 minute time frame and I see that we have a 5 minute fair value gap sitting right here below the 50% retracement. And that fair value gap is just a tick below that daily zone of support resistance that we were discussing this morning between 479.19 to 479.27. So I said, okay, well, we have a higher high on the 5 minute time frame, looking for a higher low before we see the next higher high come through. Because overall, we can see that we are in an uptrend. So I'm expecting a higher low before seeing a new higher high come through. So I'm like, all right, where could that higher low take place? Well, we have that daily zone of support, number one. I see that we have a 5 minute fair value gap right below that daily zone of support. That's number two. Number three, it's right in line with the 61.8 retracement. It's right in line with the 50% retracement as well, like literally to a T. And I know like right in the middle of those two fib levels, that's the golden pocket. So I'm like, okay, I'd like to see it wick down into that 5 minute fair value gap, wick down into the golden pocket, but ideally stay above and close above that daily zone of support on a 5 minute time frame, because that's where most of my analysis came from. So I did all my analysis on a 5 minute time frame. I found 3 reasons to take it long right around this. I got in at like 479, right around 479, and then I just dialed it back down into a 1 minute to manage it on a 1 minute. So pretty much just, 5 minute analysis, 3 reasons to take the trade. I drilled down to a 1 minute time frame. I waited for it to come inside of that 5 minute fair value gap into the golden pocket off that fib retracement. So I took the trade. We had a really nice strong push out of that 5 minute fair value gap. And it did exactly what I wanted to see it do on a 5 minute, which was close above that daily zone of support, which we did. I felt confident to hold it. And I was able to take that for about 80 to 90 cents to the upside for a quick little scalp. Yeah, A+ setup.
AAA setup.
A+ setup.
Multiple reasons, multiple confluences, price action supported. Good trade, good discipline, good entry.
Was confident, was convicted, took the trade. I actually scaled in as well. I started 10 contracts at a time, so I'm happy I scaled in. I got a much better cost basis. I didn't take as much heat because it did drop a little bit lower than I wanted, but the 5-minute was still intact. We saw a strong 5-minute candle close. I was expecting to see a little bit of follow through to the upside. When I started to hit that 2-to-1, pretty close to a 3-to-1, I went ahead and just closed it. Simply because the market that we're in this week, I don't expect to see a lot of great follow through, but quick base hits, quick scalps, I'm all over it.
And not to put your business out there, but you know, a couple quick little base hits and so on. It's 10:30 in the morning Eastern time, and you're up $600 on the day.
And I'm done now.
No stress, no worries, just in and out, quick little trades, quick little hits. The rest of the time, just sitting back, relaxing, patiently waiting for levels you identified hours ago in pre-market to come true and come honored. Like, I mean, that's how to trade. You know, a lot of these other traders, they're not showing you what they're doing. They're not teaching you what they're doing. They're just, hey, buy here, sell here. That's an SMA, stupid. This is a moving average. Like, it's not good. You can't do it yourself. Here you can learn how to do it yourself consistently.
Yep, so I'm done. I mean, I definitely had a pretty decent day. 600 here and then 200 on the futures account on oil this morning. So I'm already up a couple $100 above the daily goal, and I'm happy with it.
Yeah, that's how to do it. That's how to do it.
I have one question, Josh.
What's up, buddy?
I know you mentioned on Starbucks that it had already filled that gap, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it did.
Okay. Then maybe I'm not reading it
pretty
correctly
close.
on my
When I
end.
say it filled the gap, I mean it literally got within. I mean, you see how close it was. I mean, technically speaking, there's still about $1 until it fills the gap to the long side, but it got pretty darn close. So the way I look at it is, it's already filled 95% of the gap. Would I be looking at it for any future gap fill opportunity? No, simply because we've already filled like 95% of that gap. I'm going to go ahead and count that as filled, personally.
What was the number on your gap that you had on your end?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
on my end, I'm seeing 86.52. The lower end of that.
You're going way up there. Yeah, so
the
I'm
start
taking
of it.
these two candles here. So you see the low a day from April 12th and the low a day from April 16th. That's my starting gap level, right off those two lows. And so I have 84.35. But you could take it up into the low a day prior to the gap down, and that's valid, and that's at like 87.21. But when I look at these lows right here, I'm going to count that as the top in my gap to start. And then that would be like a good first target. So like, let's say we were in this for a gap fill long. I see there's going to be a lot of resistance at 84.35. That's going to be like my first target to fill this initial gap. And then maybe I get out 80% of my position there, and then I hold the rest to see if it truly fills the entire gap, which would be up at the low a day that actually was low a day prior to the big gap down. And so then like 87.21 would be like a second target, because that would still be a valid gap up at like 87.21.
Okay. And
Does that
then
make sense why I put my gap a little bit lower as like a starting point?
Yeah, that's I guess a TP1 on your end that you'll do.
For sure.
Okay. Okay, I got that now.
Yep.
No, yeah, I
Absolutely.
did a paper account. I mean, I did a paper trade in the morning. On my daily, it was like hitting that 50% right there already.
Along this this most recent pullback here.
Yeah. And then I said, okay, it was a little bit above a little bit below the 20 EMA. So I just did a paper trade and I put a stop loss. I mean, take profit on the, at what was it? I put it in there and took a $72 profit on that one.
Nice.
It hit the target that I put, and I said, because I said, okay, it's gonna hit that close to that $81.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
then
right up
put
against that 50
test
SMA
it out.
that's been getting rejected for the past, couple weeks now. I think that's a good take profit level.
Yeah, so at least I have something to trade and understand why I took it and journal it. Because I haven't done many trades because of work, but I said, let me throw that one in and hopefully that's exactly what I saw. And yeah, it
Did
did.
good. Yeah.
So
Very
I'm
nice.
gonna
I mean, your
journal it.
analysis is spot on, man. 100%. We just got to get you in here taking some of these trades. That's
Yeah,
it. But your
sucks.
TA
But-
spot
Oh
on.
well. Thank you.
Tom, no day trades, but hey, closing out a couple swings from Friday for a nice little profit this morning. I can dig it.
Yeah, I didn't like some of the action on some of the stocks though.
Uber did pretty nice. I regret closing that Friday, but I wasn't willing to take that risk through the weekend. But yeah, that printed nicely this morning for you.
I'll take that one. It worked out well. Boeing went against me a little bit, so little paper cut.
Little paper cut there, but between the 3 trades, you still net almost $1,000, and one of those trades was a loser. So solid work, solid risk management, and hey, 3 really good trades and 2 played out.
Whoa.
I gotta base it. I probably put my stop down too low, but
Yeah.
it dropped much quicker than I thought.
To the short side.
Yeah, it's the short side, just on that
NQ or
retest of a
ES?
lower peak. ES. I posted
ES?
it in market chatter just
I
now.
like it. I can see it.
And that whole time, Felicia was going long, and she profited as well. Like that's such a beautiful thing about trading that I love so much. Like we can eye up things entirely differently as long as you're able to identify the time window that your trade horizon should work out in. You can get in and out multiple times throughout the day and just kill it. Find your edge, rinse, repeat, do it again.
That's it. Identify your edge and then just attack the market when the opportunities present itself. I mean, how many times did you guys used to hear when Matt was here on the Zooms? I'm like, all right, guys, I'm getting long. He goes, you're getting long? I'm currently short. We both walk away from the trade profitable. I'm long, he's short. So it's just identify your edge, be confident, convicted with it, and just apply it in the market, regardless of anything else going on around you. You'll be successful, guys.
And Matt would, scalp what, 35 to 50-cent moves?
That's
As
it.
like
In and
that
out,
was
in
a
and out,
runner
in and
for
out.
him. Like if you could figure out how to get in and out with $1,000, I don't want to cuss, but the bleep with whatever the market does next.
The bleep.
Do that
yes.
3 or 4 times in the day. Alicia went long at the positive cog above VWAP. Yeah, I should have seen that, but I saw my short opportunity on the lower high peak for the 3rd lower high since since pre-market open for ES around 8 o'clock. And I'm still convinced that it's going to roll here and retest that weekly hedge and that uptrend. So I've been trying to time the top. I know that's not what you're supposed to do, but I know that I'm trading against the trend. I know that I'm in and out much quicker. I know that I have to keep my stops extremely tight, and that's why I'm moving them into break even or slightly into profit while I'm trying to time the top here.
But you know
no,
what
you-
you're
you-
doing. That's the thing. You're aware
Exactly.
of, I'm against the trend. I'm trying to time the top. You know these things, which is allowing you to manage your trade differently, get positioned the right way because you know what you're doing. You're not just
Yeah.
blindly getting in, hoping that it drops. Like there's a lot
I used
of
to do that.
strategy behind it.
I used to do that a lot.
Oh yeah, me too.
It's too high. It's got to
It's
come
gotta
down.
come down. A
So,
year later, it finally comes down.
but no, now I'm back up to 270 on the day. I might take one more trade, but again, these market conditions I'm not, a fan of.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was at 260. I took a little paper cut. Now I'm back up a little bit. Like this is almost $300 on the day. Ideally, like I said this morning, at 10:30, 10:45, we're still chopping around. I'm probably just going to leave. And where we're at right now, I'm still feeling like I'm just going to shut down, go play with the dog, go to the beach, something.
Ooh,
That's
that
almost
sounds
$300 on the day. Like that's not bad for a Monday in a crappy condition week. Where
Not
we're going
at
to have
all,
a lot
man.
of,
Not
I
at
know it's
all.
no 800 like Josh, but I'm trying. I know Corey's
It's
over there.
okay. I've
counting
come in with
bands.
days where I made $100 and you're out here printing 1,500. So I feel you.
But yeah, no, I mean, stay disciplined, focus on getting in and out. Don't worry about, oh, I could have made more. Like that will come. Being
Yes,
able
it
to
will.
capitalize on more and more of the move will come with experience.
Mhm.
Right now, if you're brand new, focus on getting in and getting out with money and repeating
Good.
that process.
Rinse and repeat, baby. Rinse and repeat. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick little 3-5 minute break. I need to get up, stretch my legs, use the restroom. When I come back, you guys better have a boatload of questions. I always stress this. When you're in these sessions, there's going to be a lot of things we talk about that do not resonate with you, that do not make sense. You should have a dedicated notepad to just jot down questions and topics that you have. So when we have time in the market to open the floor, you guys have a boatload of questions we can jam on. We can really help you guys out to get the most from these sessions, right? So 3 to 5 minutes, I'll come back, we'll jam. We'll go from there, guys.
And when he comes back, I'm probably gonna leave. Corey. Hey, Corey. 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 Hey, Corey. Hey, Corey.
What's up?
What are you doing?
Getting ready for a meeting at work.
Aw. You know what I'm doing?
What?
Time in the top.
I like it.
The GameStop meeting news and all that. Basically, 11:30 should be the catalyst if we're going to see stuff happen. But you enjoy your meeting.
Yeah, I won't be around, so hopefully something fun happens. Let me know.
I'm actually going to get out of here right after this trade locks up because this is another little base hit I can add for the day. Oh, did I get my screenshot in time? Yes, I did. All right. There we go.
So you're saying before this meeting, I should put everything into GameStop?
You be careful. TikTok is listening to you.
I'm kidding. I would never. do that.
But no, I'm definitely done, especially for these market conditions. I had a few quick little base hits add up. I'm just under 400 for the day now.
Thanks.
Very slow, choppy. I told myself I was going to leave at 10:30, 11. It is 10:30, 11, basically. Wait for Josh to come back, and I'm going to dip out, but I'm shutting down futures account. I've got my charts open on TOS if anybody wants some final TA or questions for me before Josh gets back. You don't hear anything. Well, how are you responding if you don't hear anything? Test, test, test. Oh, so we're just very quiet back there. I've blocked 4 different Josh Howertons today, just TikTok, so you know the Josh that is following you is not the actual Josh. There's another one who's getting blocked right now. Actually, that's nope, you spelled it wrong. You're getting blocked. But yeah, the real Josh is not going to follow you. He's not going to DM you first. He's not DMing you asking to invest your money. Ignore those guys. Block and report them. I don't know why they follow me. Every time I get a follow from one of y'all, I come back to Josh's stream and I block you. So you can't steal his content anymore. It's a bad game plan. Don't follow me. Let's see if I can rank Josh. White screen of death, black screen of death.
Feedback. All right. I gave you guys an extra couple of minutes as well. So floor is open. Open the mics, questions and topics we can jam on. Let's do it.
I'm leaving now that you're here. I took
Dang it.
another little scalp trying to time the top. No real follow through with it, but just in and outs.
It, man.
Sitting
Come
just
in,
under
base
400,
hits,
so-
let the base hits add up, man.
Yep. Gonna go to the beach, enjoy the day, relax.
I may have to. Yeah, that sounds good. I won't be relaxed. I may have to disassemble my office and move it back down again. Sounds great.
Well, that's not fun.
No. Like, we put a lot of thought into, like, putting my office upstairs in the loft and putting, like, the toy room and BS downstairs from a functionality standpoint with baby number 3 on the way. But honestly, I don't think it's going to work.
Well, I wish
It
you
only
luck
takes me a
with.
full day to do it. So that's how I'll spend the rest of my day.
Well, good luck.
I appreciate it. I need it.
But the rest of y'all stay disciplined.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Good
stay
jumping in,
disciplined,
man.
stay blessed. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Peace. Stay blessed, dude. I'm shutting my brokers down too. I don't see anything else for today. And the one thing I will say is, like, don't be shy. Like, we've all been newer traders or traders that really haven't gotten to the point of consistent profitability. So we've all been new at one point, and we've all had questions we thought were silly or stupid questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. So if you think it's too beginner, too basic of a question, and you feel embarrassed to ask, don't ever feel embarrassed to ask. We've all been there at one point. This is what we need to hear from you guys to help you. And the other thing to look at too is if you have a question, not only will that help you and benefit you, someone else that's listening may resonate with that as well. So by you not asking your questions or asking for help, it can be looked at as kind of selfish. Selfish for you not to get the help that you need, but also selfish that you're not able to help other people with the questions that you have as well. So with all that being said, the floor is open. I have nothing top of mind to discuss. I want to open the floor for you guys. Questions, topics, trade reviews, TA on something that you see is coming on up, get me involved. And if I don't hear anything in the next 5 minutes, then I'm going to pull a stir and I'm going to shut down. I hate doing that, but again, I'm here for you guys. The life of a parent. Yeah. If this whole house wasn't so echoey, then hey, we wouldn't have the issue. But dude, his house echoes. I could sneeze 2,000 square foot away and I hear it. Where was this posted? From Alex. In a sentence or two, top level. Could you go over the daily gap fill trade setup and why, etc.? Yeah, let's, is that the entire question? Oh, yeah. Alex, are you here? If you are here, I'll definitely explain that. And I assume you're talking about Datadog, DDOG. First and foremost, Alex, I want to make sure you're here before we answer your question. If you're not here, I'll make sure I take a note of this and answer it tomorrow when you are. But if you are here, just give me a thumbs up. Number two, are you discussing Datadog, DDOG? I hear you. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We got those really thick, foamy, sound deadening panels that we're going to stick behind a lot of like some of the art that we have just to help it up, break it up. But yeah. Mr. Alex. Until we get Alex to give me a thumbs up if he's still here. Any other questions, guys? Come on, get me involved. Does it bother me when my kid has the better Yi Wu? Nah, I think it's the cutest thing. And then my 1-year-old, she'll go, ah! No, it's awesome. I love it. All right, you're here? Okay, and you're talking about Datadog, correct? All right, I think it's a good example. And so basically your question is really just explaining the daily gap fill trade setup. Yep, and so first things first is I want to let you know that there's 4 different variations to trade a daily gap. So if you're going to write some things down, which I highly recommend, at the top of your piece of paper, it's going to be gap fill strategy. Okay. The first thing you're going to put down is there's 4 different variations to trade off of a daily gap. Okay. There's 4 different ways, and we'll talk about those. But number 1, it's identify a daily gap. Okay. And so here we can see that there is a gap here on DDOG. Right, and a gap is created from, one day's high to the next day's open and low, right? And that's going to create a gap. And visually, you can see these gaps very easy on a daily time frame. And the only gap fill strategies that I'll trade are daily gaps. And I want to stress that as well. Like I'm looking for daily gaps. I can go into a 4-hour time frame and I can find all these gaps on a 4-hour time frame, right? So I'm going to mark up all of these little 4-hour time frame gaps, right? And if you go back to a daily, are those valid daily gaps? They're not. They're not valid daily gaps. Some of them are, some of them are not. But this one here is not a valid daily gap. So I want to stress that we're only looking for these gaps on the higher time frames, daily, weekly, monthly. But most of the time, 99% of the time, we're taking these trades off of a daily gap. So I want to stress that nothing on your lower time frame, not on a 1 minute, not on a 5 minute, not on a 1 hour time frame with pre-market, post-market off, daily only, higher time frame only. So now that we have those expectations set, we just got to find gaps. And so we can see here that there was a gap created on DDOG from last Tuesday into last Wednesday. We can see that we gapped up and price has yet to trade inside of this gap. Okay, so I'm going to first and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and mark up this gap. I like to go from wick to wick. That's my starting point, is going wick to wick, unless I see a reason to go from like body to body. Sometimes I may go from body to wick, but there has to be solid reasoning to do so. But as a starting point, I always go from wick to wick, and then I look left and say, hey, could I readjust this gap from body to body? And if so, why? You know? And the reason would be because I have multiple touch points off body to body compared to wick to wick. So if we look at the wick to wick on Datadog, we can see that that's our starting gap. Now, if I were to go up into that candle body here from June 12th, would I take it to the body, not from the wick? And I have to be able to back it up with a reason. I would say I would like to take it from that body because I also have this low a day right here before that gap down here. So I can see that I have 2 touch points running my gap off the body versus running my gap off the wick. Right here, I only have the 1 touch point. So I could justify taking my gap from body to body on this trade. And the reason for that, again, is I have multiple touch points off the top end of my gap. So now I have a dialed in gap, right? This is my gap on Datadog. And again, there's 4 ways to trade this intraday, okay? Number 1 is going to be a daily gap fill short, right? Since we're coming down into this gap, right, I would want to see price get inside the gap, stay inside the gap, and I would short it from the top end to the bottom end. That's what we call a daily gap fill short, is when we're coming into the gap from the top side, we get inside the gap, stay inside the gap, and then we flush to the lower end of the gap. This is what we call a gap fill short opportunity. Now, when gaps get filled, the lower end of the gap likes to hold a support. And so we can take this long at the lower end of the gap for a gap fill bounce. Okay, so we come down, we fill the gap, we hold the lower end of the gap as support. We get long because gaps like to hold a support. And when they fill, typically we see bounces. So then we could take those long for what we call a gap fill bounce. That's 2 variations to trade this. Okay, and that's coming down from the top into the gap, right? For the gap fill short and then for the gap fill long, right? But then the other way we can trade a gap is when we're coming into the gap from the underneath side. So if we push on up and we get inside the gap, we hold the lower end of the gap as support, we could take this for a gap fill long opportunity. Where to? The top end of the gap. That's variation number 3. And then when gaps get filled, we like to see the top end of the gap hold as resistance. And most of the time, the top end of our daily gap is a solid level of resistance. And so we could look to get shorts off the top end of this gap for what we call a gap fill rejection, where the stock fills the gap, and then you look to get shorts for the gap fill rejection back down to the lower end of the gap. And that's variation number 4. So you have 2 variations to trade the gap if you're coming from the top side down, and you have 2 variations to trade the gap if you're coming from the bottom side up. Okay, does that help? I know you said a really high level, top level overview of the daily gap fill strategy, and so that's it. setting some expectations, giving you some criteria to base your gaps around, and then again, drilling this down into a lower time frame and explaining the 4 different ways that you can trade off of these daily gaps. And so my trade today on Datadog was a gap fill bounce. I took it long off the lower end of the gap, expecting to see it bounce, and then I can take profit into that move to the upside. Now, could I have shorted this? I just want to point this out. Could I have taken the short this morning for a gap fill trade? Yeah, right? We opened inside the gap. We stayed below the top end as resistance. Technically speaking, I could have taken the short off the top end of the gap down to the bottom end of the gap. And then I could have went long for a gap fill bounce and then rode it back up to the top end. Rinse and repeat that. That makes sense, Alex? And if you did miss any of that whatsoever, just go back like 10 minutes on the stream. The streams are on demand. So that means in real time, you can actually rewind that live stream back 10, 15 minutes and actually listen to what we just discussed. So yes.
Hey, Josh.
What's up, Tom?
I was looking at the SPY a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
Looking at the 543.15 to 543.32.
Okay.
With the 5-minute candle that recently closed, and taking a trade off of that, off of the 543.32, because it closed right at the 543.32. Now, obviously, looking at the options right now would have been an okay trade. I just wanted to see if I missed something in terms of taking or not taking that trade.
So personally, would I take this trade on this next 5-minute candle to open because we closed right at the top end and we opened at the top end? Would I like take that long on this 5-minute candle? I would not. Is that where what you're asking is like, would I take that long right here?
Right.
I personally wouldn't, because we don't know if this is going to open at the top end and be resistance and dump, right? Because we closed right at the top end of that zone, but the top end of that zone is still resistance. So if I'm going to take any kind of trade through a break of a zone, I first and foremost want to see it break. Right now, we're actually seeing it break. Right here, it still hadn't broken. We closed right at the top end, but technically speaking, we still have yet to break that zone. And so the next 5-minute candle could technically open and just dump straight down. You're like, yep, that was better resistance than anything. So if I'm going to take any kind of break of a daily zone, I first and foremost want to see a strong break, and then I want to see a simple retest of that zone. A nice break, a nice retest, and then get long. A nice break, a nice retest, and then get long, personally.
So if we see this push a little higher and then come back down, retest that 543.32 level, that could be a good trade long.
Absolutely, 100%. So we actually see that last 5-minute candle pushed through that zone. We closed above that zone with an increase in volume. We can both agree that we've already broken through that zone, correct?
Right.
Now we just want to see it retest that zone as support. Assuming price action and price development validates the trade long, we would simply look to take that long up into our next area of resistance, and that would just be a simple break and retest opportunity. But I like those breaks and retests, number one, because I get to gauge how strong is the break. Right now, the break looks pretty strong. The last thing I want to do is trade a break and retest if the break was weak, right? If it's a weak break, do I think it's going to be a healthy retest and that buyers are still present to push it up? I don't know. It starts to mess with my confidence and conviction a little bit if the breakout was really weak. So I want to gauge the strength of a breakout first, which means I need to wait for the stock to fully break a certain level. So here it broke that level. We closed above it. And to me, it looks strong because we had a nice increase in volume on that previous 5-minute candle. Number one. All right, now next step is to let it come back and retest that zone. Is it going to retest the top? Is it going to retest the bottom? I don't know. As long as it doesn't go below the bottom end of the zone, it's still valid. But it may not make it to the bottom end of the zone. It may retest the top end of the zone. So where do I get long? Then we just got to start building a plan around where's the best area to get long, and do I have any other confluences as well? That's when I start pulling the tools out of the tool belt to say, okay, should I be getting in at the top end of the zone at 453.32, or maybe towards the bottom end of the zone at 453.15, or maybe right in the middle of that zone? And if I can't really gauge an optimal entry, utilizing different forms of TA in those confluences, maybe my approach to this trade is a scale in approach, because I don't know, should I get in at the top or the bottom? If I can't make that decision or identify that, maybe I start to scale in. If I wanted 30 contracts, maybe go 10, 10, and 10, right? So if I get filled on all three, at least my cost basis is right in the middle. So at least on that scenario, I would take like a scale in approach if I can't really determine an optimal entry point based on confluence. But what I could do here is take a fib retracement from that swing low, drag it up to that swing high, and I can see that the top end of the gap is at the 23.6 retracement, and the bottom end of the gap is at the 38.2. So it still doesn't really help me all that much. I'm still like, okay, it could be the top or the bottom. I'm most likely planning a scale in approach where I'm going to scale into this trade, right? Not go all in to the trade, just in case I can get a fill down at the bottom as well. But that's like one reason, is running that fib. And it also suggests you can get a retest up the top end of the zone. It could also be at the bottom end of the zone, because that's in line with the 38.2 retracement. What else do we have? Maybe a trend line here. Not really giving us anything yet with that, intraday uptrend. So I would remove that. Back to a 5-minute. Do we have any fair value gap? Well, we do. We actually have this fair value gap sitting right here on the 5-minute. So let's go ahead and mark that up as a fair value gap. Go back into a 1-minute and say, you know what? I could justify getting into the top end of the zone. Why? Well, it's the top end of that zone, which will be support. 453.32. That's one reason. What's my second reason? It's a 23.6 retracement. What's my third reason? It's the top end of that fair value gap, and sometimes we wick into those fair value gaps just to push right out. We don't make it to the very bottom of those fair value gaps. Sometimes we just wick right into the top end and we push out. And so if that's the case, I have confluence with my 38.2 retracement, and it's also right at the top end of that daily zone of support. So I would start to build a lot of conviction with pulling the trigger right there at 543.32, just based on those confluences that I've established on the trade.
Now, with that information and that retracement, I mean, we got close, almost wicked into it, but didn't quite. Would it still be a viable trade if it comes back down and retests that level?
So like right now?
Or, within the next couple minutes.
So if it were to push up and then slowly come back down again, me personally, my confidence is a little low. And the reason that my confidence is just a little low is because we got within 2 pennies of a to the penny retest. In my eyes, that was the retest. That was the push we were trying to capitalize on. So that trade idea, in my opinion, is already playing out. So if it comes back down again, it would technically be a different type of trade plan, and we would have to build a completely different plan, because now we're coming back down to that level, but we have more data to assess at that point in time.
Right.
Because I see that move already happening. Was that the trade I was looking for? Yes. So if it comes back down again, is that still a valid trade? I don't know, because there's still more things that I need to assess to revalidate that trade if it does come back down. And so now I would feel confident to go draw that trend line, right? That trend line here a moment ago wasn't really giving us anything. But now if we take a trend line on up here and connect those higher lows, now we have a trend line sitting right here as well. So if it were to come back down, maybe in the next, what does that put you at, like 20, 25 minutes? Not only would you still be sitting above that daily zone, that 5-minute fair value gap is still valid because it has yet to be filled. Now you have a trend line to support this trade. Then I would have to say, yeah, there could still be a valid reason to take that trade if it were to come back down again. And now we maybe have the trend line to validate this trade as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, it does. Absolutely.
plus some.
Right. No, which
You know
is
me, I
good.
just can't give you a straight up answer. I have to over explain it.
No, I don't look at it as over explaining. I think it's adding to the reasons why or why not for a specific trade instead of just looking at, one or two small things, is looking at the overall bigger picture and just looking at things at a 50,000-foot view, which it helps to make sense of things.
Absolutely. And so what I would still do along this push on up is continue to readjust that fib. The fib was right here. We never really technically came down to the fib to the penny, the top end of the zone, but it was pretty damn close. So what I would do is I would still utilize this fib from swing low to wherever the swing high is to gauge, or are we still going to have a valid fib retracement on this next upcoming potential trade? So I'm going to take my fib and I'm just going to keep connecting these higher highs. If we start to see a pullback, then I say, okay, what do I have now? I still have that 5-minute fair value gap that's, valid. It has yet to be filled. I can still use that as a reason, number one. Number two, that'd be a 50% retracement. Number three, still taking place off that intraday uptrend. And number four, you still have that daily zone as pretty solid support that you really have yet to retest and actually get inside of that zone and retest it. So I could justify 4 separate reasons to take a trade if we come back down into this region here between 543.15 to 543.32. I would justify a trade if we pull back to that region because I have 4 separate reasons to look to take that trade.
Right. The more reasons, the better off.
The more reasons, the better. If, I like to find trades that have at least 3 reasons. If I have 3 or more reasons to take a trade, it's risk on. And when I say risk on, I'll take full size. If I have maybe 2 reasons to take a trade, I'll probably cut my size back a little bit. Just be moderate. If I got 1 reason to take a trade, it's got to be a really darn good reason to take that trade, but I still am, lower on size. So like a dip buy, for example. Dip buys, I got 1 reason to take the trade. Right? Am I going to go 30 contracts on a dip buy? Probably not. But will I entertain that trade on a smaller position with that 1 reason to take it? Sure, I'll take 10 contracts. So based on the amount of reasons that I have will really dictate how I get positioned in a trade. So like the Qs, did I take 30 contracts? Yes. Why? I had 3 reasons to take the trade. On Datadog, did I go 500 to 1,000 shares and go risk on? No. Why? I had 1 reason to take the trade. What was it? It was a gap fill bounce, and that was it. So I went small on my size, made a little bit of money, a little bit of a base hit. The Qs, risk on, full position, because I had 3 reasons to take that trade. So an ideal plan here on the SPY would be slowly pull back into this trend line, into that daily zone of support, see a nice 50% retracement, and that's about 50% of the way into that 5-minute fair value gap. So ideal entries here would be right around 543.20 would be like the ideal entry. If we do pull back to that point, you got 4 reasons to get long. The ideal entry would be at 543.20. I know where my target's going to be, a retest of this high a day, and where would I want to put my stops? I'd probably want to put my stop below the 61.8 retracement, below that 5-minute fair value gap, below that daily zone of support, and below the trend line. So I could justify 25 cents of risk, and I don't feel like I would get prematurely stopped out of that trade. I know where my entry is going to be. I know I have a realistic target to retest prior high a day. What's my risk reward? Nearly a 3-to-1, right? Is that a valid trade plan? It sure is. So now I just get positioned correctly, wait for the trade to come to me and validate, and I'm ready to rock and roll if the trade sets up in the first place. So that's how I would look to trade it if it were me.
It makes complete sense because I've become more disciplined here, learning here in terms of letting things set up. That's like when I talk to my wife, she's like, "Hey, how'd you do today?" I'm like, nothing happened. None of my setups came into play. So, and I'm hands off because of that. And I've really become more disciplined on the setups and honoring the particular setups that I've established.
And would you say since coming in and being more disciplined and more patient has helped you make more money consistently in the market?
Oh, 100%. Because I didn't have any of that. I mean, yes, I had a lot of market knowledge, understanding, a lot of different things, but I didn't really have the micro And what I mean by the micro is the fine details in terms of the discipline, in terms of being able to honor setups and not sit there and you've discussed it. It's it missed it by a nickel. It didn't come down and hit my setup. Yeah, okay. Sometimes it leaves the station, and other times it's like, okay, it didn't, and all of a sudden it just goes completely opposite. So, you know, I see those particular situations where, you know what, half the time I'm able to get in, half the time I'm not. In the end, if I continue to consistently make money and the setups I'm honoring my setups and my discipline, I'm going to be successful. So I didn't have any of that stuff, like the real micro mindset stuff and picking my spots and sticking with the discipline, whether even on the exit strategies is it hits my stop, then I'm out. I take a paper cut. I stick to my small losses and I'm okay with those because I know the wins will come at some point in time if I stick to the disciplines.
Exactly. It's like the 3 swing trades you took: Disney, Uber, and Boeing. If you let Boeing get the best of you and you didn't honor your stop, that one losing trade could have outweighed your 2 winners. But what did you do? You managed your risk well. You had a stop in the system. You got out when you said you were going to get out. You still capitalized on your 2 winners, and you had nearly $1,000, swing trades between the 3. And one was a loser, but so many traders hold on to their losers way too long. They can't stop out, take the small loss, and then they cut their winners way too early. They have a great win ratio, but one loser wipes out 10 winning trades.
What I used to do is you look at the losing trades. We'll use Boeing as the example. I had all the reasons to get in, and the setup was there. Then it just didn't play out. So it's like, okay, it's going to win. I'm going to hold on to it. Nah, wait, I'm only down 30%. You know what? 40% is not so bad. I think this thing's going to come back. Now I'm down 60. I finally get to the point where I'm down like 85%. I'm like,
I'm just going to let it expire worthless at this point.
Yeah. I'm like, what's another 15 percentage points?
Right. Maybe it comes back.
Yeah. And then guess what happens? It expires worthless. And it's like, what? That was stupid. Yeah. And I would do over and over. Okay. Yeah. Are there times that it did? Yeah, but not enough times to justify that kind of strategy.
Exactly. And it's like you have 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 winners. You're doing great. Your account's growing, and you get one trade that you let get the best of you, and that wipes out all of the hard work in one, losing trade.
Right.
So keep the losses small. Paper cuts are a good thing. And if you can honestly say, you know what, that was a good losing trade. That was good that I lost $200. That was good. Right? As long as you can say that about your losers, that's the first step to being a good loser, is being okay when you lose and being okay with the outcome.
Absolutely. And the end of the day is you're going to have losing trade. And that's having that mindset. You are going to lose, but do you limit your losses? And that was the key. That was one of the, I have a number of them, but that's one of the biggest takeaways I've had since, being here and listening, is it's okay to take a loss and just limit your losses and just learn from it. Learn from your wins and learn from your losses. And I learn more from my losses than I do sometimes at my wins. Is like, okay, I'm okay with this. If I have a couple losses in a row, I walk away. I just don't. I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want it to impact and spill into my next trade or my next technical analysis, whatever I'm doing, because I'll sit there and think I see something and I really want to see something. And this is a great
force yourself to see something that's really not there in the first place.
And then, what did I just do? Here I go again. And now it's like, okay, now I'm starting to slip into habits again. And I don't want to do that. So walking away is okay.
And that's a really hard cycle to get out of once you're in it.
You ain't kidding.
It really is. And the biggest thing is, like I say this all the time, it pays to be patient. And when I say patient, I'm spelling it with a capital P-A-Y. It literally pays to be patient in the market. Less is more. You got to think quality over quantity. Those one and dones. And don't you guys like one and dones? You come in, a trade comes to you, sets up perfectly, you take it, and you exceed your daily goal, and you're like, hey, I'm done for the day. And I've made enough to get me through the next few days of this week to where I don't have to trade. Those are the best trades, and it's the best feeling. So it pays to be patient.
Oh, it was like the Disney trade. Kept waiting on it. Waiting.
A month.
Come on.
I'm going to get in at 101. I'm just going to take it here at 101. It looks like it's going to bounce. You're like, nope, I'm waiting for the gap to get filled.
it's not going to fully fill. Okay, then, yeah, you take it too early. Guess what? I would have been sitting on that thing for another week and getting,
And
you know,
easy.
decay.
Down another
Yeah.
40, 50%. Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
Just
'cause
to
you
what?
sit-
Maybe break even on the trade overall?
Right. And you sit there and look at it as, you know, you buy whatever quantity of contracts you're buying, you know, every 10 cents makes a difference.
Yeah.
And if
Every
you're
day
holding
makes a
on to something-
difference.
Absolutely. So all of a sudden you're getting that time value decay. You know, 5 days makes a big deal when you're buying something out maybe 30 to 45 days.
Yeah, even with a theta of 5 over 5 days, you're losing $25 a contract just getting in a week too early, for example.
Exactly.
I think Stir hit it on
Well-
the head. He goes, now I don't care if I'm right. I just care if I'm profitable at the end of the day. Same here. It's like per trade, I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I really don't care about the outcome, good or bad. I know what the outcome is. I just don't care what that one individual trade's outcome is. I could care less because I'm not going to judge and dictate my success based on the outcome of one trade, 10 trades, or even 100 trades. I want to look at this over the course of 1,000 trades that I make over this year. Am I going to be profitable? Well, the numbers say yes, I will be. I don't care if I'm right on this one trade. I don't care if I'm right on all my trades this week. I know at the end of the year, I'm profitable. And that's all I care about. Not being right, but just being profitable.
Well, and you know, I look at like I've had a lot of success this year with swing trades where I'm like, okay, you know, maybe it doesn't necessarily completely hit my full target, but I'm like, you know what? Even on Disney, I scaled out today and I was like, you know what? I made good money. I made like almost, you know, 60% in what, a matter of 4 hours?
In a matter of
Total with-
4 hours. Yeah.
I'm like, where else am I going to do that? You're
Nowhere.
not. Yeah. And it's like, okay,
And to do it consistently, you know what I mean? To do it day in, day out, week in, week out. That's the big thing too. Consistently.
because I had done that in the past where it's like, oh, I wish I took, why didn't I take profit? Why didn't I take what I had been up? I was up 40, 50%. Now I'm back to even, or now I'm minus 5%, whatever the number is. And I finally got to the point, I'm like, I just didn't like that feeling. And I'm like, you know what? It's okay. You don't lose money taking a profit. And I sit and look at things as dollar amount, but I also look at percentage amount. What are your percentages?
I would like to thank Tom, Stir, Kevin, Corey. I think I repeated the same question 3-4 times in the last week and a half on not knowing how to get my, I guess dialed in the numbers of the premium and all that and taking profit. Like, where should I put it on? I know I want it at this number, but whenever you go on options, I'm like, I had no clue. And today was the first one. Like I said, I took that swing trade just to test it out and everything. And of course, it's the first one, but at least this time I was like, okay, I wanted to go up here. What was my delta? Is this much? Okay, let's add that to the premium. Okay, that's where I want it. And let's see what happens. And it happened. So I repeated that same question like 4 times. And even on Friday with Corey on the meeting, he also explained it to me another time. And I'm like, okay, so you know what? It doesn't really matter. I asked so many times the question and finally I understood it. So that's one thing I'm grateful in this
Repetition, man. That's it. You know, ask until you understand. I do the same thing with my mentors in business. It's like sometimes they talk to me about, you know, paid ad strategy. I'm like, dude, you're talking foreign to me. I don't understand this. And I'll ask them 5 times and I'm like, oh, it makes perfect sense. So yeah, keep asking, man. Repetition.
Oh, here's one thing I learned in life, forgetting outside of trading, is sometimes when because it would drive my wife crazy. She's like, I've been telling you that for like a year now. And sometimes just hearing it a little bit differently or a different voice or something else, all of a sudden it just clicks.
Yep.
Same thing with this. It might be just somebody either reinforcing something or saying it slightly different. It's like, oh, it just clicks and suddenly it's crystal clear. So always ask the questions, even if it's 5, 6, 7 times, because that's how we learn.
That's how I learn.
Yep.
I could ask the question a million times until I just like, oh, that just makes sense. I get it. TJ,
Well, the
I've been
thing I'm-
trading for 9 going on 10 years, man. Long time. Long time.
The
Got,
thing in
got
my
started
end is
in
that I asked.
2015. What's up?
Oh, the thing in my end, I asked the question, but whatever you're answering, it's not that I'm not paying attention. I'm either driving and I'm like, oh, hopefully I can
You
catch
got
it
other
later on
things
and,
going
and,
on, yeah.
and review it. And that day with on the meeting with Corey on Friday, I asked the question again because that time I was sitting there not doing nothing at that moment. I said, look, hey, I got a pen. I'm ready to write right now.
Let's go.
And
I'm prepared, man.
he told me, and I said, okay, I'm writing it down. Okay, got it. So I tested it out today, just so at least I could have taken a take profit target.
Yep.
And I said, I'm set it and forget it, and let's see what happens on my paper trade. At least I know where I wanted to. If it was my stop loss, it'll be right here. And yeah, it hit that profit target, and I said, really already? Let me look. And I looked at dollar amount on the strike price amount. I said, oh yeah, it did hit it.
Like to the penny. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the thing too, man. It's like, yeah, you ask that question today, someone else is listening and they pick up on the question you ask and it helps them. You ask the same question next week, there's a whole nother bunch of people listening at that point in time that's going to help them. So ask those questions until you get it. And even if you get it, still ask the questions knowing that someone else listening, they're going to pick up on it as well. Yeah, today was a good day. One futures trade, one QQQ trade on options, and then Datadog, DDOG shares, like $800 on the day. A couple base hits that add up to a really nice day. It was a good day. It was a decent day.
I thought about going short on SPY around the 544 level because I was seeing a whole bunch of resistance.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
in one ES short right now. I got in a little late because I was talking and jamming with you guys as I took it. So I got in like point too late. So I put my stop at break even just because I realized I'm in a little bit late, but I'm up like $30. Nothing crazy. I may just close it, let the base hits add up. I was going to ride it down into that zone of support where we want to ideally take it long. Down around 543.25, 543.30 is a great area to get long. I'm going to go ahead and put my stop at break even on this one real quick. And just see if we do get that follow through down into the trend line, that 5-minute fair value gap. See a nice little 50% retracement as well. Somewhere around this, 543.25 to 543.30 would be a great opportunity to look to get long around the SPY.
I'd like to see that in the next 5 minutes or so.
Same. And if we keep just fading and falling, I'll just trail my stop nice and tight until it clips me. But right now I have it set right at break even. Because I'm a little late to the trade. I realize my entry's not as dialed in as where it should be. And I don't want to dig into my small little base hit profits. I just want to add to it if possible.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't take it because I was a little, I recognized it, but I saw it a little late and then just didn't have a trade typed up.
Yep, I had it in my head, plan in the head, executed, 1.5, 2 points too late. Only went one contract instead of my typical 2 to 3. Stops are at break even, and if we get a new 5-minute candle low, I'm just going to trail this stop loss down a little bit into the profit.
Just tell me to shut up.
Do what?
Next time, just tell me to shut up.
Who told you to shut up?
I said you should when you're trying to get into that kind of a trade.
Oh, no,
what I
you're
said.
good. You're good.
No.
I meant to get it right here, but I was pulling the trigger on that second candle right here on that retest. But when I got in as it kind of flushed because that candle did drop pretty hard. So my entry was like right here when it should be way up here. But we'll see if we can squeeze a couple dollar hairs out of this. Worst case, it's, break even. I think we still have another probably 30 cents of downside. That's about 3 more points on ES. Like to see it flush right here down into that level. And then there could be an opportunity to also get long. All right, let's trail the stop down. It's probably it clipped me for a quick little $100 base hit. I'll take it. These hits add up to decent days. I'll probably pass on the long. Even though I like it, but I'll probably pass on it myself. But that doesn't mean it's not a good trade, guys. I just don't want to get back any profits today. Closing in on $900. The last thing I want to do is go for $1,000 and give 900 back or something stupid. So I'm just going to take my 900 and call it a day.
Listen, I was always in sales. I like to round up. You made 1,000.
I mean, yeah, I like to round up too. Yeah, I'm at like 930. So I'm like, I'm close enough, man. I'm close enough. 9 plus 3 is what, 12? Okay. Makes me think I'm over that.
I almost did that when I entered the profit. I was like 990. I'm like, man, 1,000 looks so much better. I'm like, no, I gotta be honest.
Hey, just
990.
round up. You're close enough to it.
Yeah.
I'll send you $10. Cash app you. Make you get to 1,000.
On that SPY trade, they are probably thinking of going to the upside, to the long.
Yep.
What were the reasons? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a few reasons. Number one, take a fib retracement from the swing low up to this swing high. So you can see that we're going to have a 50% retracement right at 543.25. Number one. Number two, take a trend line from these lows and then connect your trend line on up. You can see that we're also going to be coming back down into this trend line as well. So that's number two. Number three, if you go into a 5-minute time frame, you can see that we have this 5-minute fair value gap sitting right here between 542.99 to 543.29.
I called her.
That's 3 reasons.
I had called her too. Yeah, it's very hard.
I'm going to mute you for a second, but you can still hear me. So that's 3 reasons. And then the 4th reason is daily zone of support. So I don't know where I got this daily zone. I think I grabbed it from our intraday. That's where I did because it was hard to find that zone. Yeah, that's where I got it. Hard to find it on the daily, but you can see we had a lot of previous resistance here. Wait, that's not even the right zone. I'm looking at the wrong one. Back to the daily. Yeah, I just marked up this little zone right here on that gap up open and high a day from last Thursday. So I just marked up that zone as a reference between 543.15 to 543.32. It was that gap up open and high a day. And so it was an initial reference point. And then I looked at it as well on a 5-minute time frame over the past few days. And I see that price reacted pretty nice off that zone last Wednesday. Also reacted off that zone last Thursday. Pretty nice. And then we saw some pre-market resistance off that zone as well here in pre-market today. So I can see that it's a light zone on the daily. It's literally just based off of last Thursday's open and high. But when I go into a 5-minute time frame, I can see how we respected that zone beautifully Wednesday, Thursday, and this morning in pre-market. That's my 4th and final reason to look to take this long. Is we're pulling back into a valid support level that just so happens to be in line with this intraday 50% retracement, right in line with this intraday uptrend, and right in line with that 5-minute fair value gap. That gives me 4 reasons to take this long, right around this 543.25. Carrying about 25 cents of total risk. Looking for about 70 cents to the upside. Nice little, almost 3-to-1 risk reward here.
Would you consider that a 3-point?
A 3-point on the trend line?
Mm-hmm.
It's 0.4. Here's 0.1.
0.4?
Here's 0.2. Here's 0.3. This would be a 0.4. Would I take a 0.4 trend line trade just off 0.4 of a trend line? Absolutely not. But we have 3 other reasons and 3 other levels of support right in line with this trend line, which in my opinion validates that trend line even more. The only time you would take, a point off a trend line and that be your only reason is a 0.3 off a trend line if it comes off of a higher high. Those are valid 0.3 trend line plays. when they come off a higher high, you can take those standalone, just 0.3 of the trend line, technically, and those have pretty high win rates. But I would count this as a
Okay.
0.4.
Okay, I guess that's one thing I never done in the past where that other lower high and the one that's right between that first point, second point, I never considered that as another point in my head. I was always just going like, okay, I'm gonna ignore that one and I'm gonna go for the next one that's all the way up ahead, which it would have been the 0.4, like you said. I would have considered that a 0.3 in my head, but you explained it well where I'm like, okay, well that is a point. Doesn't matter if it's high or low, it's still touched that trend line.
It still
So,
touched it and it still respected it and it still pushed off of it. Yep. So this would still be a valid 0.3, but you couldn't take that 0.3 because it was coming off of a lower high. Was that a valid 0.3? It was. Was that a high probability trade to take it there? It was not. But it's still a third point, and it's still a valid third point, which would make this a 0.4 coming on up.
got it.
Something else to add from a discipline standpoint, you look at the chart right here. You go back to probably around, 1045-ish, where you started to come back towards the trend line as a third point, and you can be like, oh, it's close enough, I'm going to take the trade. And if you take that trade, yeah, you got a little bit of a pop, but then it came back and properly set up, and then it just ripped. So it goes to your point, is just if you wait on your setups, they can materialize over time, and it gives you the better entry rather than waiting and taking on all that heat, by getting it too early.
Exactly. 100%, because I know, like, if I don't take this trade, that's fine. There's going to be another one that sets up. There's going to be another trade that sets up. There's going to be another one that sets up. So I don't care if I miss this trade or not. If it's not at my level to the penny, I'm not going to take it regardless of what happens, because I know there's going to be more setups throughout the day that are going to be much better to the penny, which gives me the least amount of risk and the most amount of reward. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm taking a trade, I want to have the least amount of risk and the most amount of reward, and I want to have as many reasons as possible to take my trade to the penny. So if I see this one close enough, I still don't care. It's not right at my level. But Josh, it's close enough. I don't care, right? Because I know that there's going to be 5 more setups today, and I can capitalize on at least one of them and make money. I'm okay with missing trades. I'm okay with not taking trades when they don't come to me to the penny, because I know they're going to set up, and the next one will probably be so much better. Yeah, I only got one account, guys. And this is it. If it doesn't come from this account, it's not me. Oh, my camera just shut down for no. I'm telling you guys, this is like the best trading community you can be a part of. 100%. And I say that with confidence because I know for a fact, like, we're one of the best out there. We're not the best, we're one of the best. There's a lot of great people out there. There's a lot of great groups, and they teach you how to trade different methodologies, different ways. But by far, this is like one of the best places that you guys can be. All right, it's 11:45. Do you have any other questions or comments or concerns? If not, I'm going to start wrapping it up. I got a lot of work to do today, obviously. Disassembling and resetting back up for tomorrow. And then I do have a few calls this afternoon as well. So let's go ahead and start wrapping it up with any final questions that you guys have. And we got close to $1,000 on the day. Close. $930, but I am happy with the results, and I'm not here to give anything back. So that's my day. Disney's trade was Friday. Thoughts after today? I don't really like it. If there's more follow through off that bounce from Friday, great. If not, you should already be in a position to be scaling out, locking in some profits. mean, the trade was Friday, and the opportunity to take profit was into the gap up today. Moving forward, we just have to get into the next few days, reanalyze it, and see if there's anything else that could be setting up. But, you know, first glance right now today, I don't see anything that stands out. But Friday was the day to take that long off that 99.30 for the gap fill bounce. So I'll give you my thoughts on it tomorrow, and then again on Thursday, and again on Friday. And maybe one of those days, there's an opportunity to trade it. But until then, I don't really have any thoughts on it. It's just a stock that's moving. And there's thousands of stocks that are moving, and it's just one of those stocks that are just moving. That's about it. No real reason to be looking to take a trade on it, unless you're scaling out, taking profits. But like Stir said, we got long plays in the options chat out of demand zone. Yeah, and so, you know, we have some traders and coaches and moderators that are posting up game plans and analysis and alerts inside of our community. And so that's for members to go in and review and get some insight. So that would be the same response that I just gave on Disney. Thoughts on NVIDIA? I looked at it this morning. Nothing stands out. It's just one of the thousands of stocks that are moving. I'll look at it again tomorrow, see if we have any reason to look at it. Thursday and Friday, same thing. We'll keep looking at it and see if there's a reason to trade it. But right now, it's just one of the thousands of stocks that are moving. I don't really see any high probability reason to be looking to like actively trade NVIDIA. There's much better opportunity out there. Yeah, I'm not the guy that's just going to analyze every stock you give me and say, oh, yeah, I think, you know, we do this and do that. No, listen, like anybody can look at a chart and give you their opinion, and they're going to be right 50% of the time. I want to give you only the best of the best setups and talk to you guys about the best of the best opportunities that we have, knowing like 80 to 90% of the time, they're going to play out for you guys. Which means limited analysis, limited stocks we look at, but I'm not going to waste your time with subpar opportunity. I want you guys to focus on the best of the best opportunity. And right now, NVIDIA is just not one of them. Telling you guys what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But there's a lot of monkeys on TikTok analyzing charts, so you can go find one of them.
Good analysis on it. SMCI. I didn't take the trade, but it really bounced off of that 844 level.
Did it? Oh, it did. Yeah, look at that. I mean, really, really scattered volume, choppy day, but the mid candle played out. A little bit lower than I wanted to see it. Didn't fall below yesterday's low day, which is great. Ideally wanted to see it hold Friday's open and close, which eventually we got back above it, and we held it here, and then it just took off. So yeah, nice little trade for the mid candle, but I didn't take it either.
I just didn't even like the options pricing, some of the spreads.
Spreads were $2 on some of the least expensive options, going like a $900 strike. I mean, they were still like $1,500 a contract, but there's like a $2 spread on some of those.
And just even for Friday's close, and you lose a day this week. That's the other thing too. When you take into account options this week, you're getting a short week in terms of days trading.
And that's why I was looking into next Friday on those, but the spreads were horrendous, and I wasn't going to fork up, you know, to get a couple hundred shares. I was just like, yeah, I'm not really interested in it. All right, I'm going to start wrapping it up, guys. Good job today. Good work. Despite a slower day, I wouldn't say it was really slow, but limited opportunity. But the opportunities that we jumped on were great. We actually saw a little bit of follow through. Today was a pretty good day, so I'm happy with the outcome. You know, despite coming in thinking it's going to be a slower week. We got Wednesday off this week, so you got 4 trading days, and you got quad witching on Friday. There's just a lot going on this week that typically pulls a lot of volume and volatility out and just causes the market to be slow, choppy, and more range bound. So still a pretty good day. You guys came in, capitalized on the opportunities that were in front of us, and we made some money, and that's all that matters. So good job, good work. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay blessed, and I'll catch you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. The start of pre-market, that's 7 o'clock a.m., ladies and gentlemen. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. But before we leave, we got to end it with a big ol' Alpha Day Traded. I need my countdown. I heard my daughter. She goes, I'm ready. I'm ready. That is awesome. She's like, I'm so ready. You want to... give me the countdown. No, do it again. Do it again. Yeah! Woo! All right, guys. Take care. Stay blessed. Trade smart and trade safe. And I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning. See you guys.